Good morning, everyone. The committee will come to order. The chair recognizes herself for an opening statement. Welcome to today's markup. We're continuing this committee's mission to make life better for the American people and future generations by taking action on legislation from across several of our subcommittees. We will consider 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions to rein in harmful regulations that are shutting down affordable, reliable energy and driving up costs for the American people. Energy is foundational to everything, and America needs more energy, not less. Rep. Balderson's resolution is critical to achieving that by repealing the EPA's plan to shutter American power plants and slash baseload energy. Additionally, Rep. Allen's resolution will overturn the administration's harmful PM 2.5 standard, which poses a major threat to America's economic future by making it nearly impossible to build and manufacture goods in the U.S. This will crush good-paying jobs, devastate communities, and further cede America's economic leadership to countries like China. We should be making it easier, not harder, to expand manufacturing in the U.S. And lastly, Rep. Fulcher's resolution will halt the EPA's proposed rule for heavy-duty vehicle emission standards, a rule that will not only drive up cost across the board, but also threaten the security of our supply chains. I thank the sponsors for their leadership on these bills. Today, we will also continue to build on our efforts throughout this Congress to improve the health of the American people and foster medical innovation and research in a bipartisan manner. We will consider legislation led by Rep. Carter to extend telehealth flexibilities for seniors in Medicare in a flexible and fiscally responsible manner. Additionally, we'll advance bipartisan legislation to help speed up the process for getting treatments to children with cancer and other rare diseases. We've worked hard for a bill that will get broad bipartisan support today. We will move forward on legislation to enhance access to care for seniors and those with disabilities, including a bill to expand the Medicaid buy-in program for working seniors with disabilities, which will include a provision to pilot new tools for states to provide better home and community-based services to people with disabilities. Yet another bill we will consider will ensure access to care for active duty military families who risk losing access to key services when they travel to serve our country. Finally, we will move forward legislation that will provide more information for those with disabilities and their families. I want to thank all the members who have worked hard to get these bills one step closer to becoming law. Next, we will join together in a bipartisan way on behalf of the millions of parents, grandparents, and kids across the country to say enough is enough. The Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, COPPA, provides important updates to a law that was first passed more than 26 years ago and addresses the realities and threats facing kids and teens online in the modern internet ecosystem. I'd like to thank Reps. Wahlberg and Castor and Senators Markey and Cassidy for all of their hard work in championing this legislation. We will also consider the Kids Online Safety Act, which will provide both parents and kids the tools they need to better protect against serious online threats to children's health and emotional well-being. I'd like to thank Subcommittee Chair Gus Bilirakis and Reps. Kathy Castor, Aaron Houchin, and Kim Schreier for their leadership on this legislation. These bills are 2 important pieces to begin ushering in a new era on the internet, one that is defined by accountability and safety. Lastly, we will be considering the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act, led by Subcommittee Chair Gus Bilirakis and Full Committee Ranking Member Frank Pallone. This legislation will preserve this key resource that millions of Americans rely on for critical information, especially during public emergencies. I did want to mention one bill that we will not be considering today, the Repair Act, led by Dr. Dunn. I want to recognize the hard work that he, his staff, and numerous stakeholders have done since the bill was considered in the IDC subcommittee last October. While we're not marking it up today, a lot of progress has been made, and I would encourage members and stakeholders to keep working together to find a path forward on this important piece of legislation. In the nearly 230-year history of this committee, we've established a rich tradition of taking on the hard problems and delivering solutions for the American people. Today, we will continue to build on that record of success. I urge my colleagues to join me in supporting all of the legislation being considered today, and I yield back. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Representative Pallone, for 5 minutes for an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, the committee will mark up 16 bills. Some are bipartisan and will garner support from both sides of the aisle, but others are partisan and stand no chance of ever becoming law. I'm pleased that we will be taking action to extend key telehealth flexibilities until the end of 2026 and to improve access to Medicaid home and community-based services, HCBS. And I have long highlighted the need to make meaningful investments and improve the standard of care in our long-term care system. I'm proud to have worked with Chair Rogers on legislation to give states a new way to cover HCBS for people who would otherwise be ineligible. These are important bills, but we can't forget that Trump's Project 2025 seeks to, and I quote, eliminate middle-income to upper-income Medicaid recipients. Now, that doesn't mean wealthy people. That means people that are just barely getting by and just a little higher than some other Medicaid recipients. And that will leave many elderly and disabled people who rely on Medicaid for long-term care with nowhere to turn. And we simply cannot allow this to happen. We'll also consider a few Republican bills that would take massive steps backward in protecting nursing home residents and the workers who care for them. H.J. Res. 139 would block the Biden-Harris administration's final rule implementing a minimum staffing standard for nursing homes and prevent any similar measures from ever taking effect. H.R. 9067 and H.R. 3227 would roll back protections to ensure nurses' aides working in nursing homes meet minimum training requirements and that their training is provided in settings that meet reasonable standards. And I urge my colleagues to oppose these proposals. We'll also be marking up a package of FDA bills, including a reauthorization of the Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program. I remain concerned by our reauthorization of this program without concrete evidence that the program has been effective in stimulating development or providing expedited patient access to these drugs. I'm disappointed that my Republican colleagues were unwilling to consider guardrails to make sure that the program is incentivizing truly innovative drugs. But I will continue to seek this improved transparency and accountability regarding the benefits of this program, but I believe that on balance, the package before us merits my support today. We'll also consider COPA 2.0 and COSA. As I've said repeatedly, we must hold social media companies accountable for harming all Americans, including our nation's youth. I've long believed that adopting comprehensive privacy legislation to provide strong federal privacy and data protections for all Americans is a crucial part of holding big tech accountable. I am proud of the work that Chair Rogers and I did and all of our members on the American Privacy Rights Act, and I deeply regret that the House Republican leadership interfered in the committee process in June because APRA provides far stronger protections for children than COPA 2.0. But I also understand and appreciate that COPA and COSA aim to improve on existing privacy and safety protections for children. However, the filing of substantial and substantive replacements of those bills the day before markup has left members and key stakeholders insufficient time to identify and try to address the consequences of those changes, particularly as they will impact some of our most vulnerable children and teens, and fundamental issues have simply not been hashed out. I appreciate that the sponsors of COSA have addressed several of my concerns with the early draft of that bill, but they have created others, unfortunately. My concerns that COPA 2.0 is simply not strong enough to truly protect our kids' privacy has not been addressed, and I plan to offer concrete changes to strengthen COPA when it's called up, but I have not heard a willingness to solve the additional issues created by sponsors' amendments to that bill. I'm pleased we'll also consider a bill that I introduced with Subcommittee Chair Bilirakis to preserve access to analog AM radio in all passenger cars sold in the U.S. For those of us who've experienced a natural disaster like Superstorm Sandy, we know that AM radio is an important lifeline when other forms of mass communications go out. It's an important bill that I believe will help Americans' safety and look forward to passing it out of committee today. Now, finally, we'll consider 3 resolutions that would invoke the Congressional Review Act to repeal critical environmental and public health protections. All of these resolutions have one thing in common. They're all direct attacks on the Clean Air Act, which explicitly states that EPA has both the authority and the obligation to protect Americans from dangerous pollution. Republicans are here today to undermine that authority and threaten Americans' right to safe, clean air. These resolutions are taken straight out of the Trump's Extreme Project 2025 playbook. They're nothing more than an attempt to do the bidding of their corporate polluter allies, and all three of these CRAs should be defeated. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair reminds members that pursuant to the committee rules, all members' opening statements will be made part of the record. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Mr. Bouchon for 3 minutes for the purposes of an opening statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Since there's a chance that this is my last Energy and Commerce markup, I want to take a moment to speak on an issue that is of great importance to me and urge that it be a top priority of this committee before the end of the year. As most people know, I've been working with my colleague, Ms. Dingell, on legislation to reform FDA regulation of diagnostic tests, the VALID Act. Our efforts span many Congresses and have raised the awareness of the issue and the need for legislative action. The history and current landscape of diagnostic and medical device regulation is extremely complex, and I urge everyone to learn more about this important issue. Years of failure on part of Congress to address this need led to an FDA proposal to regulate laboratory diagnostic tests in a way that is not at all pragmatic. But the FDA is simply using the tools at its disposal, operating within the authority they have been given. Congress still has a small window of time to pass legislation that would offer a better solution to diagnostic regulation. Diana and I have legislation to do that, which has been thoroughly vetted by stakeholders and former FDA commissioners and discussed at an ENC hearing earlier this year. Following the hearing in March, we solicited additional feedback and then drafted and circulated yet another updated discussion draft. We're obviously willing to compromise when it comes to the specific details, but this remains true. FDA should have a specific framework for regulating diagnostics rather than having to use the medical device pathway. And FDA should work more closely with the labs who develop and use their own diagnostic tests because patients expect it and clinicians depend on it. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Ms. Dingell for 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to magnify what Congressman Bouchon was saying about the VALID Act. This is a bill that we have been working on with all of the stakeholders for a number of years. It's the product of years of work and earnest collaboration between Congress, the FDA, patients, doctors, and industry. Americans deserve to have confidence in clinical tests, peace of mind that they're having the right diagnosis, and assurances that treatments fit the conditions. The VALID Act would focus agency resources on high-risk tests, reducing burdens for test developers while improving the reliability of in vitro clinical testing broadly. This is a situation that has gotten worse and worse and worse. The FDA has attempted to address this issue by promulgating a rule which is widely disliked by everybody. Everybody dislikes this rule. Yet, for some mysterious reason to me and Congressman Bouchon, this committee has failed to act. And we were both very disappointed to see that the VALID Act was not included in the list of bills for markup today. We had a hearing in this committee about 6 months ago about laboratory-developed tests and this new FDA rule. All 5 of the witnesses we heard from said that the rule was not the best way to bring oversight to lab-developed tests. They all called for legislation to address this problem. And the fact of the matter is, the FDA simply does not have the authority. Almost all of the witnesses in the hearing asked us to consider and to pass the VALID Act, which would give the FDA the authority they need. And yet, we have not considered legislation to create a rational, risk-based approach to overseeing lab-based tests. But, as Congressman Bouchon just said, we still have time to do it. And since it has been vetted, since we've had a hearing where we discussed it, then I think we can do it in the lame duck session. I think that we deserve to do it. I think the people of America deserve to know that the tests that they're taking are accurate and they have been appropriately reviewed. So please, I beg you, work with me and Dr. Bouchon. Let's get this done before the end of this Congress. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Dr. Ruiz for 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I want to raise two important health care bills before this committee. I'm disappointed again that we are not marking up several bills, and I'm hopeful to see them pass through this committee soon. I've seen the devastation of cancer and obesity firsthand as a physician and as a member of Congress, and I strive to find ways to reduce the burdens on patients and their families and our communities and their loved ones. And that's why I, along with a bipartisan group of members, Representatives Hudson, Soul, and Ironton, continue to push forward the Nancy Gardner-Sewell Medicare Multi-Cancer Early Detection Screening Coverage Act, a bill that will ensure that Medicare beneficiaries can benefit from new multi-cancer early detection screening tests that will find more cancers earlier, improve quality of life, and reduce cancer deaths and costs. We know the early detection is critical to shift the cancer paradigm. With 1 million Medicare beneficiaries at risk of being diagnosed with cancer this year, it is essential that we figure out ways to reduce the burden of cancer, especially on our older Americans and their families. H.R. 2407 has overwhelming bipartisan support with over 300 co-sponsors in the House and over 60 in the Senate. This bill, the bill passed out of committee this summer, this bill passed out of the Committee in the Ways and Means with a unanimous vote of 38-0. Now look, I'm a true E&C guy, true and true. We should not be playing catch-up with Ways and Means. We should be leading the pack. This is the best committee in Congress. Additionally, 700 national, state, and local advocacy groups support this bill. In fact, just yesterday, hundreds of volunteers from the American Cancer Society Cancer Action Network were on the Hill expressing their support for this bill. They met with all congressional and Senate offices on the need to pass this bill promptly, as it will help millions of Medicare beneficiaries gain access to life-saving cancer technologies. Now is the time for Congress to act. Now is the time that our chair and ranking member put this bill on the next markup for a vote, and so we can reduce the burden of cancer. So we also need to address this growing impact of obesity in our nation to improve health outcomes. We can do this by passing the H.R. 4818, the Treat and Reduce Obesity Act, or TROA, which has widespread bipartisan support. TROA would allow Medicare to cover anti-obesity medications and expand access to behavioral health therapy for treatment of this disease. Again, Ways and Means passed an amended version of this bill with a 36-4 vote. The amended bill would allow Medicare to cover anti-obesity medications for patients currently being treated for obesity when they age into Medicare. So this is a bare minimum to maintain this continuity of care and ensure patients can continue their treatment regimens. So look, I am deeply disappointed that neither of these bills are being considered at this markup, both of which have widespread bipartisan support. Ways and Means is leading on these two issues when we should be leading. So I urge this committee to do what's needed to be done and get this bill in a markup. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Ms. Eshoo for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman, and good morning, colleagues. Today, we're considering 16 bills. First, we'll consider two important pieces of legislation to protect children's privacy and protect children from online harms. Second, we'll consider the Telehealth Modernization Act to extend Medicare coverage of telehealth for 2 years to ensure patients do not lose vital access to health care services. The legislation also includes important policies to ensure middlemen, known as pharmacy benefit managers, don't steer patients to expensive drugs as a way to pad their profits, which they are very, very deft at. Third, we'll consider several partisan bills that put safe, quality nursing home care further out of reach for patients and roll back critical environmental protections. Finally, I want to thank Chairwoman Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, and Congressman Bilirakis for working so hard over the past several months to reach a bipartisan agreement to include my legislation, the Innovation in Pediatric Drugs Act, in the markup today. My legislation brings parity to the FDA's enforcement capabilities by allowing the agency to ensure pediatric studies are completed on time. The FDA does this for adult studies, and it will now do so for pediatric studies. Representative Bilirakis will offer an AINS to add these important provisions to the legislation today, and the AINS also includes language directing the NIH to dedicate a portion of existing funds to support pediatric research over the next 3 years. The NIH's Best Pharmaceuticals for Children Act program will be a key beneficiary of that funding to continue its success investigating new uses for drugs after they lose their patent protections. Thanks to this hard work, we've crafted the most comprehensive legislation to improve children's access to treatments for cancer and rare diseases in a decade. So this is, I think, congratulations to everyone when this passes. So for all these reasons, I urge my colleagues to vote for the AINS today so that this package can become law this year. And to Mr. Pallone, I'm tremendously grateful to you for all you did to reach the bipartisan agreement on the legislation. So with that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Mr. Tonko for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very disappointed that today we will consider 3 Congressional Review Act resolutions to undo critically important public health and environmental protections finalized by EPA under its Clean Air Act. For each of these rules, EPA has been guided by science and by law, and I do not believe they have taken their responsibility lightly to protect the public from dangerous air pollution. These rulemakings have been multi-year-long processes. EPA has held forums, met with affected parties, reviewed and responded to thousands of public comments, and conducted detailed technical analyses of each rule's impacts. The development and finalization of each rule has not been done on a whim or because the agency is out to get industry. They have moved forward because, in each instance, there was overwhelming evidence that the benefits far outweighed the costs. And those benefits are measured in the number of lives that will be saved, the work and school days that will not be missed, and the hospital visits that will be avoided. EPA's rules will make us a healthier, more productive, and more competitive country, spurring innovation and the deployment of new pollution control technologies. Fine particulate matter, or PM 2.5, is a deadly pollutant, especially for children, seniors, and people with chronic illnesses. Strengthening the existing national ambient air quality standard, as EPA has done, will result in $32 billion worth in net health benefits in 2032. Pollution standards for heavy-duty vehicles will contribute another $13 billion in annualized net benefits through 2055, while preventing significant climate pollution. And finally, EPA is establishing long overdue limits on unregulated carbon pollution from existing coal-fired and new gas-fired power plants. These standards will provide some $37 billion in net health and climate benefits to Americans. Nothing about any of these rules is radical. They are achievable. They rely on established approaches to reducing pollution and were carefully considered in their development. Now we must allow these protections to move forward to reduce dangerous air pollution and secure the billions of dollars of benefits for the American people. I hope we will reject these resolutions today. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Are there further opening statements? Chair recognizes Ms. Blunt-Rochester for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to begin by thanking Congressman Carter for his partnership and his leadership on the Telehealth Modernization Act, and I'm proud to be leading this package with him. And I specifically rise in support of the telehealth and pharmacy benefit manager provisions. We have built bipartisan support for extended telehealth flexibilities because these issues impact every single one of our constituents. One of the few positive outcomes of the COVID-19 pandemic was the rapid progress we made on expanding telehealth. access to seniors and individuals with disabilities through flexibilities in the Medicare program. For example, in Delaware, health centers rapidly scaled up telehealth to reach patients in underserved communities. In 2019, just one health center offered minimal telehealth services, but as of 2023, all Delaware health centers provide robust services, providing 44,000 virtual patient visits. It's often the bridge to care for patients. And it's important that this is access for those people who don't have transportation or might not have childcare or might not be able to travel. It's also important as we look at mental health care as well. For us, the Telehealth Modernization Act will continue these important gains and support healthcare providers, including our federally qualified health centers and rural health clinics. Our bill will provide reimbursement stability and greater operational efficiencies, enabling providers to see more patients with less pressure. The telehealth is a lifeline, and for so many of our constituents, this bill delivers on the promise. Our bill will also make it easier for our constituents by lowering the cost of prescription drugs. A second important component of the Telehealth Modernization Act is our focus on pharmacy benefit managers, transparency, and accountability. This will also help to make sure that we have compensation at a flat, fair market rate that are not tied to drug prices, which will realign the current system that encourages ever-increasing drug prices. Critically, this bill will finally let the American people know what they are paying for. Lowering drug prices for seniors has been one of my top priorities in Congress, and this legislation will build on the work we've already done. I am proud of this bipartisan coalition we have built to support this legislation, and I urge all colleagues to join me in passing the Telehealth Modernization Act to deliver high-quality telehealth care and lower prescription drug costs to Americans. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there further opening statements? Seeing none, the chair calls up H.R. 8449 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 8449, a bill to require the Secretary of Transportation to issue a rule requiring access to AM broadcast stations.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes. To strike
Madam
that.
Chair, I'd like to express my support for H.R. 8449, the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act. My constituents rely on AM radio for vast amounts of information, which is why I'm a proud supporter of this bill. The removal of AM radio in vehicles could be detrimental to the many rural districts across America. For starters, the emergency alert broadcast is transmitted on AM radio waves. This means that in the event of a natural disaster, folks in these cars may not be aware of the necessary alerts and critical information. Last year in my district, there was a massive fire at a chemical plant in Brunswick, Georgia that resulted in evacuations. Luckily, WGIG-AM covered the fire live on air and provided urgent messages and updates from emergency officials to the residents. AM frequency waves are stronger and able to travel further than other waves, making them perfect for the emergency alert system. Not only is it needed in times of crisis, but many broadcast stations call AM their home and provide useful information daily. America has a very diverse population with many diverse issues affecting many different people. This issue disproportionately affects our district and other rural districts across the country. I urge my colleagues to support this legislation, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Chair recognizes Ms. Castor. Ms. Matsui?
Okay.
Ms. Matsui?
Yes, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Okay. Over 82 million Americans and nearly a third of Californians listen to AM radio every month. When power grids fail, cell towers go silent, and internet connectivity wavers, AM radio remains a steadfast lifeline to connect Americans to emergency communications. It can travel longer distances, connecting remote areas with essential information such as evacuation routes, shelter locations, and weather updates. Whether it's a hurricane, wildfire, or other unforeseen disaster, AM radio connects us, guides us, and helps save lives. That's why I'm supporting this bill today. But as we protect Americans' access to emergency information, we can't forget to also protect our environmental health, technological innovation, and sustainability goals. Electric vehicles promise reduced emissions, quieter streets, and a healthier planet. As co-chair of the Sustainable Energy and Environment Coalition, I've championed policies that support clean energy innovation, including EV infrastructure expansion and tax incentives for zero-emission vehicles. Here lies the challenge. The electromagnetic noise generated by EV components can disrupt AM reception. This is not easily remedied. Therefore, we find ourselves in a balancing act between two crucial priorities. So while I'm voting for this bill today, I know there's more work to do, and I stand ready to work collaboratively to safeguard our emergency communication infrastructure while fighting for a more sustainable future. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Duncan. For what purpose does he seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to commend the subcommittee and committee staff and the committees themselves for working through this very important issue. AM radio is important to many different constituencies across the country, whether it's church services on a Sunday morning provided by AM radio only, or college football that many can get and enjoy sports of all kinds. I remember as a young child listening to baseball on AM radio at night. As chair of the Energy Subcommittee, I know that the threat of power outages is real, whether it's storms like we have seen hit my state of South Carolina, an earthquake just recently, mild but still alarming, or instances like what happened in Texas during the storm, or in Richard Hudson's district where we had power outages for almost 2 weeks. The ability to charge certain things that you could access the internet for emergency services may not be available. AM radio is. It's been a stalwart of American prosperity, information sharing, and just many people across America access AM radio for different services, especially in times of need like emergencies. And so having the viability of AM radio is important to my constituents, and we heard testimony from the Native American nations across the country. We heard from people in rural America, and the concerns out there that they may not have the ability to have access to those emergency services or things that they enjoy from time to time. And so I'd urge my colleagues to support this legislation. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognizes. For what purpose does Ms. Castor seek recognition?
Good morning, Madam Chair. To strike the last word.
Chair recognizes gentlelady for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm pleased to see the committee working in a bipartisan fashion to advance the AM Radio for All Act. AM radio is vital to my neighbors back home in Florida. It provides essential weather alerts, news, and community updates. It's truly a community lifeline. In fact, a recent Nielsen report demonstrated that radio continues to reach more Americans than any other platform, linear or digital. Such a strong community resource such as AM radio access should be protected. That's why I'm proud to lead the Local Radio Freedom Act. It's a resolution that reaffirms Congress's support for local radio stations. My neighbors back home rely on AM radio not only for community updates, but these more intense storms that we are experiencing. People need to have their go-to communication resource, and that's AM radio. We heard during committee from Ms. Van Cooper about how broadcasters provide updates about evacuation routes, food and shelter, and equally important, how to rebuild in the aftermath of an emergency. And 7 former FEMA directors also shared with us a letter that I found particularly impactful. The letter explained how American taxpayers have invested millions of dollars in creating and bolstering the National Public Warning System to communicate with the public at times of crisis. These alerts are powered primarily by AM radio because it's the only communication system with the reach and the resiliency to ensure that elected leaders and public safety officials can communicate with the public under the worst conditions. So for all of these reasons, I support the bill and I urge its movement forward. Thank you, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments? Chair recognizes Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment at the desk titled Pallone 029.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8449, offered by Mr. Pallone of New
Without
Jersey.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you. This amendment in the nature of a substitute makes technical and conforming changes to the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act, which I introduced with Chairman Bilirakis. AM radio is a critical component of our emergency alert system, providing life-saving and time-sensitive information when people need it most. We heard directly from the tribal communities, former FEMA directors, and local radio broadcasters about the importance of AM radio for communities across the country. My constituents saw its value firsthand when Superstorm Sandy struck my district and communities along the Jersey coast. Our local AM stations quickly responded to the crisis to keep New Jerseyans connected to information on evacuation routes, where to find critical supplies like food, water, and gas, and other alerts from local government officials. In non-emergency situations, AM radio keeps rural and tribal communities connected and provides a platform for diverse and underrepresented voices, often in a multitude of languages. So I want to thank Chairman Bilirakis for his commitment to AM radio access and for working with me on this legislation. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and passage of the underlying bill to protect America's access to AM radio in their vehicles. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion on the amendment? Chair recognizes the subcommittee chair, Mr. Bilirakis, for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Appreciate it. I'm proud to support Ranking Member Pallone's bipartisan aims to my bill, H.R. 8449, the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act. And I ask my colleagues to support this amendment and, of course, the underlying bill. This amendment makes technical and conforming changes to the original bill, ensuring consistency and clarification about authorities to citations in existing law. For example, ensuring that auto manufacturers are not implicated internationally for vehicles made here but sold in another country, and that the standards across the country are consistent. At the end of the day, the AM Radio for Every Vehicle Act will help ensure a critical public safety option for consumers is not lost on vehicles, our most important transportation method. Times of emergency often call for quick and necessary dissemination of information to the public, and AM radio helps provide far reach to our constituents, particularly in communities, to know what to do and how best to stay safe. The integrated public alert and warning system, which I worked on years ago, allows broadcasters to disseminate critical alert information to communities across the nation. As my home state of Florida is in the thick of hurricane season, radio broadcasts can be a lifeline for individuals, particularly those without power. And we know, too, that it remains a popular option for constituents in my district who continue to enjoy AM for its broadcasts and different viewpoints. And of course, like Representative Duncan, I listen to baseball on the AM radio, and it's so very important. Quality of life issue for our constituents, folks, as well as a safety measure. We simply cannot allow the ability for the auto industry to prohibit these options to be available for consumers in the future. And I unfortunately have not heard in detail the exact cost figures and why this would be an additional significant economic burden for car buyers in any way. This is why we need AM radio for Every Vehicle Act. This is a bipartisan amendment, bipartisan bill, and something I hope we can continue to move forward with today. I appreciate the collaboration and partnership with the ranking member and his team on this particular issue. I support the amendment, and as we vote yes on the underlying bill, I'll yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Is there further discussion? Thank you. Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Chair recognizes Mr. Soto. For what purpose does the gentleman seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to support both AM radio and electric vehicles, and so it's really key that we get this right. Every Central Floridian has experienced in the midst of a hurricane that the power fails sometimes, batteries either are out or nowhere to be found, and you go to your car desperately, turn it on, and find out what's going on AM radio. In Central Florida, we see a lot of Hispanic music, cultural and political radio, Caribbean communities as well, sports, traffic, weather, and even conservative talk radio for the record. AM radio also is an entry point for a lot of economically disadvantaged and minority owners to get their first chance in broadcasting. And so I hope we could get this right, and looking forward to working with everybody on the underlying bill. And I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, are there any amendments to the amendment? For what purpose does Mr. James seek recognition?
Madam Chairwoman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8449, offered by Mr. James of Michigan. Page 6, after line 21, insert the following. Review. In general.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Madam Chairwoman, I very much respect the opinion of my colleagues, but since being in Congress for the past almost 2 years and on the committee for like 5 minutes, I have moments where I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, and this is one of those moments. I've heard statements from my esteemed colleagues about costs and about safety. And I'm wondering what magic power AM radio has if disaster knocks out the internet, if it knocks out telecommunications, satellite service, and FM service. Will local AM stations survive and be able to broadcast safely information? I began to take a look at this for myself, and I looked at the tragic, like extreme weather, tragic fatalities has happened. There have been 6,281 tornado fatalities since 1951. My father was 10 years old, the age of my son right now. My mother wasn't even born yet. But we lose 6,281 lives due to traffic fatalities before the end of April every year. There's not one single one of my colleagues here who wouldn't give their own lives to reduce gun homicides in this country. Not one. Yet when we have a chance to reduce a condition that causes twice as many fatalities as gun homicides, we're going to quibble about it. Here are the facts from Kaiser Family Foundation. 24,849 total homicides in 2022. 79% of those were firearm related. I'm not going to ask you to do math on the fly. I've done it for you. That's 19,631 total number of firearm-related homicides, according to Kaiser Family Foundation. You know how many traffic fatalities we had in that same exact year? 42,514. You have an industry that is dedicated to increasing the safety of our motor vehicles, and we're going to hamstring them. I'm a conservative. I didn't come to Washington to put more mandates on an industry that's so vital to our country. I came to reduce mandates, and I want to thank my colleagues for supporting my tailpipe CRA through the end of the week. And I ask for your support, continuing to support peeling back mandates that would increase costs in industry and reduce safety. This is something that is, of course, very near and dear to my heart. But I want to address some very legitimate concerns that my colleagues have. The emergency alert system has never been more robust. The integrated public alert warning system, IPAWS, pushes alerts through in addition to AM radio through digital AM and FM radio, internet-based radio, satellite radio, cellular networks. Following a test of the system last fall, 95% of Americans reported getting that alert via their cell phones. You know how many people got it on AM radio? 1%. Over 98% of new cars today already come with AM radio. And even if they were phased out from every single new vehicle today, it would take 30 years to have no AM radio. So what are we even doing here? We're putting an unfunded, unnecessary mandate for a problem that doesn't exist. This is exactly why people hate Washington. I don't know. Somebody asked about the cost as well. I have a minute and a half left. But auto engineers have developed techniques to mitigate EMI. These solutions are not perfect and not without cost. The Center for Automotive Research found that it would cost $3.8 billion in material alone and doesn't count for intangible costs. This would expand the influence of Federal Communications Commission, FCC, into the automotive design process. And for my colleagues on the right, yeah, y'all kicked me over here today. Maybe this is what I'm doing, but we are expanding government. We are expanding the power of government. That's not what we're here for. And so by mandating these receivers in every single car without knowing the consequences, I think it's a terrible precedent to set. So this amendment, to be clear, does not eliminate the mandate for AM radio, because I can be a team player, I can play ball. As it stands today, it requires analog AM radios to be added to all passenger vehicles into perpetuity. We don't want to do that. This is a mandate that will be in place for years, and this decision will be informed by research, agency input, stakeholder feedback. This is nothing if not practical common sense approach to avoid long-term unintended consequences to road safety or U.S. innovation. This committee is very bipartisan, and we're prepared to mandate that all vehicles include analog radio. And this amendment, again, is not designed, despite my vehement opposition to this mandate on an industry that's already beleaguered by government overreach and interference. This amendment is not designed or to undermine or weaken the requirement. It simply gives the Secretary of Transportation the authority to review the mandate if a conflict arises in the future. Thank you, Madam Chair. I've exceeded my time. Thank you for your patience.
Gentleman's time has expired. Further discussion? Chair recognizes the ranking member, Mr. Pallone, for 5 minutes. For what purpose?
To oppose the amendment, Madam Chair.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. I have several concerns about the amendment, and I oppose it. I think the gentleman from Michigan said that he is against the bill, but I don't think just because you're against it, we should, muck it up with a lot of things that are making it more difficult to achieve. First, the unintended negative consequence of unnecessarily burdening the Department of Transportation, an agency already strained by the current budget environment. Despite the strong legislative record developed by this committee showing the importance of AM radio in automobiles, both as a matter of public safety and to meet the diverse needs of communities served by AM radio, I think that gentleman's amendment would require the Department of Transportation to seek public comment on the rule every year and to review the rule every 2 years. That cadence of public comment and rule review is, I think, unnecessary and unproductive and will divert resources at the department away from work on other priorities of the committee and its members. Now, thanks to President Biden's leadership, the bipartisan infrastructure law, which includes historic investments in broadband, clean water, energy, bridges, et cetera, directs the Department of Transportation to undertake a significant number of automobile safety rulemakings. But instead of allowing the Department of Transportation to focus on implementing these provisions, I believe the gentleman's amendment would require the department to go through repeated and onerous review processes of the AM radio rule without any additional funding to offset the strain on the agency. And look, I don't support the sunset provision for the same reasons. The bill before us today is an example of the committee's long history of coming together in a bipartisan manner to address issues facing our country. If at some point the evidence shows that AM radio in cars are no longer necessary, I'm confident that this committee can and will come together again to address that issue at the appropriate time. But creating an artificial sunset of this new rule, I think, makes no sense. And finally, this amendment would add a whole new focus to the scope of the GAO study provided for in the bill. as currently provided for in the bill, the GAO is directed to provide the committee with an assessment of IPAWS, in particular AM's radio role in disseminating emergency alerts and warnings to the public, as well as insight into ongoing efforts to integrate new and emerging technologies. But I think that the gentleman from Michigan's additional areas of study in his amendment focus on the cost of this legislation. I think those are unnecessary. A CBO has already assessed the cost impact of a similar Senate version of this legislation to consumers. So the CBO states, and I quote, "The bill would impose no cost to the consumer." For all these reasons, I don't find it necessary to further expand the scope of the study. So I'm asking members to vote no on this amendment. Look, I respect the gentleman from Michigan. You know, he said he's opposed to the bill, but I would just ask that let's just not muck it up with all these other things that are just going to make it more difficult for AM radio to continue. And for those reasons, I oppose the amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yield back.
Further discussion? Chair recognizes
Thank you.
Mr. Bilirakis.
Thank you,
What
Madam
purpose?
Chair. Yeah, it pains me to go against my good friend. He's a wonderful legislator, what have you, but this bill, we worked on this bill for quite a while, and again, it's bicameral, bipartisan, and I think that his amendment substantially weakens the bill. So I would please ask my colleagues to vote the amendment down. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Peters seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I go to support the underlying bill, but I actually believe that this is a good amendment, Mr. James' amendment, who I should also acknowledge Ms. Dingell's work on it as well. She's worked on it also. It will allow flexibility on the mandate and allow us to implement what the GAO finds out. So I agree that today, AM radio is an important tool and resources for communities across the country. In San Diego, our emergency services utilize AM radio to reach constituents in more rural parts of our county, and that's good. But I am concerned we're getting ahead of ourselves here. We're mandating a legacy technology in perpetuity at a time when innovation in passenger vehicle technology is at its peak. And it sets a dangerous precedent to hinder American innovation in the future. As this committee has learned, there is some concern that AM radio equipment in electric vehicles presents compatibility challenges with functionality. And all I think the amendment does is say, you know, listen, let's take a look at what we learned from the GAO study and allow the Secretary of Transportation the flexibility to amend this mandate based on what we learned from the GAO study that's part of this legislation. I think it's a common sense. I don't agree with much of which my colleague, Mr. James, has said about government interference, but I think in this case, this is a common sense way to make sure that we are not mandating a 100-year-old technology in an age when innovation is so flourishing. And so I'll support the amendment, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment. For what purpose does Mr. Duncan seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First off, I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan for his passion on this issue. And the statistics he threw out about vehicle deaths, I would love to see the statistics on what I believe is a big driver of vehicle deaths in this country, and that's this device right here, distracted driving. And all the people in the audience, people watching at home, put the phone down when you drive. But furthermore, I've rented a number of vehicles this year, and they've all had digital dashboards. And the easiest thing to do on a digital dashboard is get FM or AM radio. When you try to connect everything else, it causes further distraction. Again, the easiest thing is to find AM and FM radio so you can listen to something going down the road or a ball game as you travel on a Saturday. I rise in opposition to this amendment because the sunset's provision would defeat the primary purpose of the legislation overall by allowing repeal of the DOT's rule without setting into place any viable alternative to ensure that Americans have access to emergency alerts. Instead, the amendment would allow repeal of the rule when merely theoretical alternatives are available without any guarantee Americans could actually receive or access alerts, emergency alerts via those alternatives. Comparable safety requirements are not subject to such sunset or repeal. The amendment fails to acknowledge and address the critical issue of whether other IPAWS communications technologies would be able to serve the public as AM can and has been proven in committee hearings over and over when commercial mobile service is unavailable, as is so often the case when a true disaster strikes. We mentioned earlier the failures of power generation, power outages for lengthy periods of time make a lot of those alternatives obsolete. But a simple crank radio or a battery-powered AM radio would give that public access, and even if you're driving your car, have access to AM radio. The amendment fails to seek the Federal Emergency Management Agency's views, FEMA's views on the amendment would leave only the Department of Transportation to provide the review and advice, including advice on whether to repeal the rule, without consulting the foremost agency authority on emergency management. FEMA should be involved. The agency deadlines in the amendment are untenably short, and overly onerous for any agency, let alone one agency by itself. So I would urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? For what purpose does Mr. Burgess seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the gentleman from Michigan for bringing this amendment forward. I too have had reservations about the what we're doing with mandating business activity in this committee. We heard eloquent testimony from our colleague, Mr. Carter, in the Rules Committee last night, talking about a CRA will be from this committee that we'll be dealing with on the House floor later this week. And the thrust of the argument is that we need to trust the consumer and not trust the government. I will admit, Mr. James, you got to me when you said this is why people don't trust their government. It's exactly correct. And I think your notion of building some flexibility, look, I wouldn't buy a car without an AM radio. I recognize the importance of having the AM radio in a vehicle. At the same time, is this the government's business to be dictating what should or should not be in said vehicle? And I know there's a long history of that, and you articulated that, Mr. James, when you said a very beleaguered industry. Indeed, I've watched for the last 22 years as sometimes through this committee, both sides of the dais have done things that have made the work of that industry even harder. But I think at the very least at this point, if we're going to pass this bill, we at least ought to provide some flexibility. So the study is done, it's looked at, it's taken seriously, unlike some other things that we've done through here. But thank you very much for bringing the amendment forward. I'll be voting in favor. If not, yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion on the amendment? Chair, does Ms. Miller seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respect my colleagues' viewpoint and opinion in regards to this bill and bringing this amendment forward. All of us are certainly concerned about government overreach. However, I was in my district visiting and touring during the last two jury shows that happened in Iowa. What gave us emergency alerts and data was AM radio. In my newest vehicle was rear-ended in our blizzard in January, and none of my safety features and data and lights and rear-end collision and all of that fancy stuff, and I didn't have the radio on, none of that prevented this rear-end collision, which ended up totaling my vehicle. I was fine, and I had to get a replacement vehicle. I call it new, but a new used vehicle, and I specifically had to drive 6 hours to get the new used vehicle. And when I got there, even despite having asked them about AM radio and a CD player, and I realized that I am old enough to probably be your son's great-grandmother, so I'm a dinosaur or archaic, but when I got there, didn't see the AM radio or the CD player and told them I was driving back to Iowa, and they were aghast. So they got me a vehicle that had AM radio and a CD player in it. My point in that is that AM radio certainly has not stopped the development of the internet or any other technology. Somehow, all of this technology has managed to go about to be developed for innovation to proceed, despite having AM radio in your car or at your home. And I think technology will continue to do that. But we do need to have the ability to have choice in our vehicles until some of us dinosaurs die off. And we need to be able to have emergency management, which often AM radio is the only place where that comes from, especially when you're traveling a district that's 6 hours end to end. So I would vote against this amendment. I think it's too short, but I do think there is an opportunity to work together on this while we continue a platform that's necessary and it's appreciated, and as we continue to innovate and work towards other means of communication. So I will be voting against this amendment. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. Is there further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I don't have a comment. I've got more of a question. And just, if Congress 5 years from now wants to end this mandate, we could do that, or they could do that, couldn't they? So why are we advocating this to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration? I mean, if 5 years from now, or if 3 years from now, Congress decides that they don't want this anymore, then they could end it. This is not etched in stone.
Madam Chair, may I answer the question?
I'll yield to the gentleman from Michigan.
My friend from Georgia, Congress has a tough enough time passing a budget. Pushing back against federal inertia is not something that's in our core competency. Madam Chair, I yield.
And I'm reclaiming my time. I beg to differ with that, but nevertheless, I understand your point. Now I'll yield to the gentleman from Texas.
I thank the gentleman. I just want to make the point that we just went through a case called Chevron deference, where I think Congress is supposed to be making rules and not the agencies. I yield back.
Reclaiming my time, Madam Chair, I'm not interested in advocating any more authority to the agencies. I mean, if 3 years from now, if 5 years from now, if a year from now, Congress decides this is not necessary because new technology is available, then let's end it. I think we ought to be doing more of taking laws off the books than putting laws on the books. So I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the James Amendment. All those in favor will say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. No. The noes have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Okay. Question now occurs on adopting the Ains. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The Ains is agreed to. Question now occurs on adopting H.R. 8449 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer.
Aye.
Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis.
No.
Curtis votes no. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes no. James. James votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes no. Eschew is off no on aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Blunt Rochester votes aye. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Aye. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie?
Aye. Guthrie votes aye.
Ms. Miller Meeks?
Miller Meeks votes aye.
The clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 45 ayes and 2 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7891 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7891, a bill to protect the safety of children on the internet.
Without
Be it
objection, the
enacted-
first reading of the bill is dispensed with. Bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized? For what Chair recognizes Chairman of the Subcommittee, Mr. Bilirakis, for 5
Thank you.
minutes on the
Move to
bill.
strike the last word.
And the prime sponsor of the bill.
Thank you. I'd like to say it has been an incredible honor and privilege. Thank you for giving me this honor, Madam Chair. I know this is an issue you deeply care about, and all of us do. So thank you for giving me the honor and privilege to be able to lead and be the sponsor, Republican sponsor of the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA. Long overdue legislation to reform and finally hold big tech accountable for its failures to keep children safe on the internet. The sad reality is that many of our young users have been besieged by harmful conduct online, from sexual exploitation to illegal drug sales, promotion and threats of violence, dangerous acts that lead to suicide or death, and an unprecedented mental health crisis, particularly among teens. Much of this is due to the fact that the business models for big tech rely on products fed by advertisers that are designed to keep kids addicted to their screens and accounts longer than ever. I'm so saddened by the stories we've heard about tragedies of families whose lives were ripped apart, and parent survivors whose children were taken far too soon after exposures to harms online so vile and repulsive they would make your stomach turn. Access to illegal drug sales, harassment, and online sextortion, twisted and dangerous games, and challenges that cause kids to pass out and die are just a handful of the countless harms that are perpetuated online. And we must do everything we can to prevent any more tragedies. I want to thank and commend the bravery and advocacy of parents, survivors, and families such as the Schmill family, the Moloch family, the Bride family, the Mitchell family, the Minor family, and too many others who have turned these tragedies into action. And thank you very much for attending today's markup. We appreciate it so much, and thanks for advocating on behalf of your children's memories. These parents are pleading with Congress to take action so that other families do not have to suffer unfathomable loss. The time to move this bill forward is now. We must continue to fight for putting the necessary guardrails and empower parents and families to keep kids safe online. We must force big tech to avert and alleviate these harms wherever possible and stop wrongful death. COSA would be a significant step forward to accomplish these goals, and I ask my colleagues to support this bill at a committee today. H.R. 7891 would provide kids and teens with default safety settings and safeguards and turn off data-driven algorithms and provide parents with tools to manage and view account interactions, track their time, limit purchases, and address harmful usage. We have continued to take a significant amount of feedback on this bill, and I've offered an aims that I believe substantively responds to many concerns about speech regulation, censorship, and overreach. Many may continue to express concerns on both sides of the aisle about unintended consequences. But we also know this is not the end of the road, simply an important step in the process to get the bill closer to law. I have been so grateful to work with my colleague and partner on this legislation, Representative Kathy Castor. I commend her and thank her and her team for their tireless efforts on behalf of children. Neither of us will rest until, and I know the chairman and the ranking member, I just appreciate everybody working together on this bill. It takes sacrifice. It takes compromise to get things done. And again, my goal is for this bill to become law, okay? And let's do the right thing and vote yes on the Kids Online Safety Act. We must protect our children online and hold big tech accountable. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Castor for 5 minutes, the Democrat co-lead on this legislation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word, and I want to start by thanking Chair Bilirakis for your partnership here on the Kids Online Safety Act. But I especially want to thank the parents and the wide range of advocates, from the pediatricians to the nation's Surgeon General to the families who have struggled with a child with an eating disorder or has suffered bullying, anxiety, discrimination, or suicide, to the student advocates like Design It For Us who have urged us to move this forward. Thank you for sharing your experiences and urging Congress to act. Now, done right, the Children's Online Safety Act will make the world safer for young people because big tech platforms and social media companies would have a duty to design their products not to harm kids. Big tech platforms design their products in a deceptive manner. They deployed manipulative features to addict young users. They do so knowing that our kids' mental, physical, and social well-being is suffering. But they value their profits more. Yesterday, Meta announced changes to their apps for kids. The day before this hearing, they should have done this years ago. We cannot wait for these companies to do the right thing. The Congress must act, especially in the face of last year, America's Surgeon General published an advisory on the impacts of social media, calling it out as an important contributor to our nation's youth mental health emergency. Dr. Murthy said that adolescents who spend more than 3 hours a day on social media face double the risk of anxiety and depression symptoms, and the average daily use in this age group as of the summer of 2023 was 4.8 hours. He said legislation from Congress should shield young people from online harassment, abuse, and exploitation, and from exposure to extreme violence and sexual content that too often appears in algorithm-driven feeds. The measures should prevent platforms from collecting sensitive data from children and should restrict the use of features like push notifications, autoplay, and infinite scroll, which prey on developing brains and contribute to excessive use. So after years of hard work and examination by this committee, I was proud to have introduced the COSA with Chair Bilirakis. As originally proposed, COSA would provide young people and parents with the tools, safeguards, and transparency needed to stay safe online and hold the big tech companies accountable. requires the platforms to take reasonable measures to prevent and mitigate online harm to minors, provides kids, teens, and parents the opportunity to turn off the data-driven algorithms, requires those platforms to provide parents with the tools to help manage a minor's use of the platform, safety settings, limit purchases, address harmful usage, and make those design features the default setting. All of this was passed in a legislative miracle this year. In a closely divided Congress, we all celebrated when the United States Senate passed KOSA 91-3. That could have been the easy starting point for this committee, and that's, in essence, the version that Chair Bilirakis and I introduced. Over the past couple of weeks, Mr. Bilirakis and I have worked with stakeholders to bring an AINS to this committee in the spirit of moving this forward and protecting our kids. I regret that this AINS is a weakened version from what passed the United States Senate. But I think now, and I appreciate what Mr. Bilirakis has acknowledged, that there is still work to be done on this bill, and I look forward to working with his team to do so. See, we cannot abdicate our responsibility that we have to our kids in America. We can't allow unintended consequences to creep in because there were politics played with KOSA here at the 11th hour. It's unconscionable that big tech is pushing our kids to spend unhealthy amounts of time on their devices. Pro-suicide online content is leading kids to die by suicide. And I think it's important today to move it forward with the promise and acknowledgement that I don't know that I could support this version if it comes to the House floor in this manner. But I trust Chair McMorris-Rodgers and her leadership. I trust Chair Bilirakis and his leadership. I know where their hearts are. I know how hard they've worked to get us to this point. And I think in the spirit of what we need to do as responsible legislators, we should go ahead and move this forward today with the understanding that we probably need to move towards the Senate version of the bill and not go backwards at this time. With that, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word on the bill. Today, I'm thinking of Matthew from Maryland, Nyla from Pennsylvania, Gavin from North Carolina, Anna from Colorado, Ethan from Washington State, all of these children are no longer with us because of the dangers posed by the current state of social media and our online ecosystem. Unfortunately, these stories are not isolated incidences. There are thousands of stories just like these. These are some of the stories that we have collected. And I'm going to pass these around today, and I'm going to urge the committee members to just read through these stories. Today is about them. It's about protecting millions of other children in the United States that are facing the same online threats, like Matthew, the next Anna, the next Matthew. And I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record these stories from the parents of children harmed across the country. Without objections, so ordered. Right now, teenagers are spending, on average, nearly 5 hours a day scrolling through social media. The platforms developed by these companies are specifically designed to get kids addicted. And they've been used to target children with content that leads to dangerous and often life-threatening behaviors. There is currently no accountability for the harms our children are experiencing as a direct result of their use on these platforms. The American people, parents, are exhausted and losing hope. They feel like they've tried everything possible to solve this problem on their own with no success. And they're looking to their elected leaders to step up and act. That's why we're here today considering the Kids Online Safety Act, KOSA, led by Reps. Bilirakis, Bouchon, Castor, Houchin, Schreier, and others to answer their cry for help. KOSA will provide both parents and kids the tools they need to better protect against serious online threats to our children's development, their mental health, and ultimately their safety. Never again should there be a choking challenge, or a Benadryl challenge, or an inhaling toxic fumes challenge. These are viral trends that have ended too many young lives too soon. KOSA will ensure high-impact online companies create and implement design features that prevent and mitigate harms to minors. It will also ensure covered platforms provide easy-to-use safeguards for minors. And when a platform knows a user is a minor, the platform will ensure that the most protective safeguards are enabled by default. A covered platform will also provide tools for parents to help manage their child's use of covered platforms and be required to be more transparent with the American people about the risk associated with their platforms to minors and the steps they're taking to mitigate them. We must build a better future for our children. They are our future. Throughout this process, the bill sponsors have worked in good faith despite plenty of policy disagreements throughout the process. And I want to thank them for their leadership and their hard work to get KOSA to where it is today. I also want to thank all of the parents from across the country, many who are here, who have made their voices heard and demanded their children be protected. We're just a few years away from the 250th anniversary of our great nation. We are only able to celebrate such a milestone because throughout our history, brave, courageous patriots came together, made hard decisions, and did whatever was necessary to serve, protect, and defend the American people and our nation's values. I urge my colleagues to join the ranks of those patriots, have courage to make hard decisions, and do what is in the best interest of the American people, the best interest of your children and your grandchildren, and support the Kids Online Safety Act. I yield back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Ruiz?
I move to strike the last word on the bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I believe it is crucial to protect our children from the dangers of social media. As a doctor and more importantly, a father, I am deeply concerned about the potential risks social media may have on my 2 young daughters. The current data is alarming. Research shows that excessive use of social media platforms is linked to a 25% increase in anxiety and depression among teens, with 40% of youth reporting feelings of isolation. This is especially concerning as mental health crisis among youth has risen by 57% over the last decade. Due to ongoing exposure to harmful content, cyberbullying, and the pressure to conform to unrealistic expectations set by influencers and peers and others, the Kids Online Safety Act, as introduced in the Senate, took an important step by requiring social media companies to implement design features that protect against mental health harm, specifically anxiety, depression, eating disorders, substance use disorders, and suicide behaviors. This language is critical as it directly addresses the mental health risk that social media poses to our children. However, this version of KOSA that is being put forward in the House today in a last-minute move removes these critical protections. The House bill only requires social media companies to guard against physical violence and harassment. That's it. Not anxiety, not depression, not eating disorders, not substance use disorders, and not suicidal behaviors. This means the House version would not prevent platforms like Snapchat and Instagram from promoting videos and content that contribute to anxiety, depression, eating disorders, substance use disorders, or suicidal behaviors. This is the very content that has already devastated so many families and claimed the lives of far too many kids. And most importantly, this version is not what parents of children who have died from suicide, fentanyl poisoning, or accidental death caused by dangerous social media platforms want. In fact, I would like to ask unanimous consent to put into the record a letter from 97 parents who lost a youth to drug overdose, suicide from depression, or bullying who oppose this version.
Without objection, so ordered.
For this reason, and Chairwoman, for Matthew, Nyla, Gavin, Anna, and Ethan, I cannot, in good conscience, support a bill that fails to address these mental health harms. By excluding these provisions, the House version falls short of protecting our children from the most dangerous and pervasive threats posed by social media. If this passes without restoring these crucial protections, we are leaving children vulnerable to the same harmful content that continues to prey on their mental well-being. That said, I believe this committee can do better, and I welcome the opportunity to continue working on and ultimately voting for a bill that not only addresses physical harms, but also takes meaningful steps to protect the mental health of our children. Indeed, our children do deserve better. And with that, I yield the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Crenshaw seek recognition? Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
First, I want to say I will support this bill. It's not going to sound like it from these remarks, but I do support it. It has some good provisions, gives parents tools that give them more control over their children's social media use. That's a great thing. Provision that calls for a study on how we might implement age verification requirements. That's a good thing. But the rest of it, not so much. So I vote for this reluctantly. I want to raise some important concerns about the rest of this bill, and I hope I end up being wrong about these concerns. I really do. But at its core, this bill hands over authority to the FTC to regulate design features on social media platforms. So what does that actually mean? According to the bill, it means things like scrolling time, use of badges, personalized recommendation systems, et cetera. This is all very much geared towards regulating the algorithms of these platforms. And I want to make something clear for anyone who knows anything about social media. You can't manipulate algorithms without also manipulating content. Algorithms and content feed off of one another. You can't separate the two. So if the FTC decides that a design feature causes, quote, serious emotional distress, which is, by the way, a subjective definition that's subject to change, how does that not end up implicating content moderation? It will. So, a little bit of a warning to everyone, and I hope I'm wrong, is that we might be back in here sooner than later doing hearings on how the FTC or social media companies have conducted very serious content throttling and censoring in order to avoid the liability that this new law would impose. I mean, doesn't all political speech induce some kind of emotional distress for those who disagree with it? I say things in here all the time, and my colleagues show severe emotional distress over it. Now, don't get me wrong, we all agree on one thing, that the intent here is to protect our kids. But that leads to my second concern, actually, which is that this bill gives false hope to parents. I'll explain this as simply as I can. If my concerns above don't come true, then that probably means that the FTC and social media companies took a very light touch approach to this law, which means our kids' safety is still threatened. It means an FTC regulator really has no idea how to regulate algorithms, and I don't blame them. I don't see how they can effectively do it. And as someone who has probably been on social media longer than anyone in this room, I really don't see how changing algorithms is going to save your kids, either from harmful content or online bullying. So I do not want to sell parents a false bill of hope here. Don't get me wrong, I think there's a serious problem with kids on social media, and I think we should actually take it seriously. I think the evidence is clear that social media is a net harm for kids. But I also believe in simple common sense solutions for complex problems. It's why I filed an amendment modeled after what Florida did, a straightforward ban on social media for kids under 16 with age verification. That's a cleaner, more direct approach, and it doesn't require giving the FTC any more power than it already has. If we think that social media has become so dangerous for our kids, I think we seem to agree on that, then we should actually ban it. We should actually ban the use of it for kids under 16. I don't want my daughter on it, but I also don't want her to be isolated by her peers when they're all on it and she isn't. So maybe Florida got it right this time. We're not voting on my amendment. I will not offer it today, but I want to make it clear that there is a model we can follow, and I believe we will be back in here in the not-too-distant future talking about this again and we will be in need of simpler solutions that really address the problem. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yield. Will gentleman yield?
I yield.
As I think, I just needed 30 seconds. I just want to say I appreciate your comments. I appreciate Chair Rogers and the hard work that she has done, Representative Bilirakis and Wahlberg. And we all have the same goal, and we want to ensure our children are protected and from harmful content online. And I want to let the committee know I stand ready to work on any outstanding issues and want to get this across the finish line in a way that protects our children. So I will yield back to my friend from Texas. Thank you for yielding.
And with that, like I said, I will support the bill, but I want to address those concerns, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Chair recognize, for what purpose does Ms. Schreier seek recognition? Or,
Thank you, Madam Chair, and to strike the last word.
gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I so appreciate your really heartfelt comments, and I am a proud co-lead of the original version of the Kids Online Safety Act. And I want to thank Representative Bilirakis, Representative Castor for their work, and I also want to thank the parents whose children were tragically victims of online dangers for so bravely sharing their stories with all of us and helping us craft the original bill. Particularly as a pediatrician and the mom of a teenager, I believe it is so essential to pass legislation to protect children online. However, I, like many of my colleagues, am deeply concerned about the most recent last-minute changes made to this bill, particularly to the duty of care standard. Strong duty of care language is necessary to make sure this bill truly has teeth and will hold social media companies accountable and protect kids online. I know my colleagues, Mr. Bilirakis and Ms. Castor, have worked tirelessly to get this bill to passage in committee today, and I want to thank them for their dedication to this work and to all of our families. But there's more work to do, and I look forward to continuing these discussions and strengthening this bill before it passes the House. I would like to read the letter, given that I have time, from the Social Media Victims Law Center that was already entered into the record by my colleague, Dr. Ruiz, that highlights these concerns that must be addressed. Here is the letter. Dear Chair McMorris-Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone, we are parents of children who have died from suicide, fentanyl poisoning, or accidental death caused by dangerous social media platforms, writing to express our opposition to the amendment to H.R. 7891, the Kids Online Safety Act, scheduled for markup today, September 18th. For the past 3 years, we have urged Congress to protect kids from social media platforms that maximize advertising revenue through addictive algorithms, exploiting adolescents' underdeveloped brains by deluging them with materials that promote depression, anxiety, suicide, and eating disorders, and that connect them to social predators and drug dealers. Having suffered the worst loss a parent can endure, our singular goal has been to protect other kids from suffering the same fate that befell our children and prevent other families from experiencing the unrelenting grief that we will endure for the rest of our lives. We were grateful for the Senate's passage of the Kids Online Safety Act with an overwhelming 91 votes and are hopeful that the House would follow this bipartisan example. We were appalled to learn that the proposed amendment to H.R. 7891 removes language that would impose on social media companies a duty of care to protect against the very harms that our children sustained. The Senate version required social media companies to implement design features that prevent the following mental health harms: anxiety, depression, eating disorders, substance use disorders, and suicidal behaviors. The House bill eliminates this language, dramatically reducing the harms social media companies owe a duty to prevent and mitigate. Social media has caused a 156% increase in suicide among 12 to 16-year-olds, a 350% increase in opioid deaths in minors, a 40% increase in hospital admissions for mental health harms, and skyrocketing rates of anxiety and depression. 91 senators voted to require social media companies to protect kids from these harms. As parents, we cannot support legislation that waters down this solemn commitment. We urge you to restore the duty of care language passed by the Senate bill and move swiftly to enact this legislation and stop the carnage being inflicted on America's kids by dangerous social media platforms. Sincerely, and this now has 97 signatures from parents. With that, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purpose does Dr. Joyce seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairwoman Rogers, and for the sponsors for their work on this landmark piece of legislation, H.R. 7891, the Kids Online Safety Act. As a doctor who has treated numerous pediatric patients, I understand how critical it is that we take steps to protect our children online. This bill is a meaningful and vital step towards ensuring that we are shielding our children from the internet's most dangerous, vicious corners and protecting their mental health. In 2022, Nyla Anderson from my home state of Pennsylvania was shown the Blackout Challenge videos on TikTok, which encourage children to choke themselves to the point of passing out. Through this dangerous algorithm and TikTok's so-called inability to take down harmful content, Nyla was shown videos that encouraged deadly self-harm, and the name of the viral content continued. Sadly, Nyla lost her life while attempting to replicate what she had seen online. It has been reported that 10 children have been killed this ways, and that the challenge had led to numerous hospitalizations. It's clear from the data that we've seen that children should not have unfettered access to the internet. We must safeguard them from these dangerous fads, eating disorder content, and other toxic posts that have been perpetrated on social media. It is time for us to take the necessary steps to keep children like Nyla safe. Actually, it is time to work to keep all children safe online. I urge my colleagues to vote in favor of this bill, the Kids Online Safety Act, and Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Ms. Craig seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
My colleagues, we're here today because we all want to keep our kids safe. That's the bottom line. And this summer, the Senate passed a bill with overwhelming bipartisan support that will do just that. Keep our kids safe. I'd like to begin by stating that I'm a proud co-sponsor of the Kids Online Safety Act. Yesterday morning, I was prepared to vote in the affirmative, yes, on this particular bill. It's with a heavy heart that I share my deep concern with today's changes to the bill, including changes around the duty of care provision. I heard this morning from Bridget Noring. She was in my office last week about COSA, the mother of Devin Noring, who died at age 19 of fentanyl poisoning from a fake pill that he bought on Snapchat. She was a strong advocate for this bill. We worked hand in hand to get it here today, and it breaks my heart that we are here where we are today. It's devastating to her and to me that the changes made to this bill at the last minute, dropped with 1 day's notice to members of this committee, that the changes made to this bill will not adequately hold social media companies accountable and, in fact, keep our kids safe online. We have in front of us a Senate bill that passed 91-3. Folks, we all know that that just doesn't happen anymore. The Senate bill could have protected Devin, and if we pass it here in the House, it will help protect countless other kids just like him and just like so many kids in this room today. I am determined to pass a bipartisan bill that will withstand constitutional challenges. And today's changes to the duty of care make that mission much, much more difficult. We owe it to families like the Norings and those in the room today to get this done in a way that will protect kids like Devin. I commit to Bridget and every family in this room to continue fighting for a bill that will get this done until we can protect kids all across America. My colleagues, we don't have to be conflicted here today. 91-3. We don't have to cave to social media companies. The duty of care provision is critical. I trust that we will get this done in the end with this provision. But it's a damn shame that we're sitting here today in the situation that we're in. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Duncan seek recognition?
Move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been a work in progress. We've heard very emotional testimony in subcommittee from people who have experienced a lot of things through social media platforms that have affected them in different ways. And I plan on supporting this bill today, but I do have serious concerns about some of the language in there, and I hope we can address it before this bill sees the light of the House floor. Specifically, the language where social media platforms can mitigate content that causes serious emotional disturbance. Who defines what that is? Is it the social media platform? Is it the FTC? Is it government in general? I believe in clarity in language and legislation, and I believe this language is very vague, arbitrary, and ambiguous. So I would hope the committee would work on trying to clarify that. And anyway, with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. Oh. For what purpose does Ms. Eshu seek recognition? Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I think, like all members of the committee, we've been listening very, very closely to one another. I don't know how many members listened to the hearing that was held in the Senate on this issue, with the hearing room packed with families of children that have been deeply, deeply affected in such negative ways. I had occasion to keep following a thread, and it took me to a site that actually instructed young people how to commit suicide. So, I mean, if that's not an impetus for us, then I don't really know what is. So, you know, I mean, it even caused Mark Zuckerberg, my constituent, to stand up and to try to apologize to parents. That doesn't mean that much unless there's a law that deals straight away with this. The bill is a good bill. I mean, there's, you know, the support, which was just stated about what the Senate has done, is highly instructive to us. But I do think that in some very important areas that this bill needs to be strengthened. There's no doubt in my mind that this bill is going to be conferenced. And, you know, I mean, if everybody votes for it, there's no leverage to improve the bill. I mean, the authors of the legislation before us today acknowledge that the duty of care section of this bill really needs to be improved. And there are whole communities of interest in the country that can be negatively impacted by this, who are not small children, but because of who and what they are, the law would go against them. So I opt for leverage at a conference, and that's why I'm going to vote against the bill, not because it's a bad one, it's a good one, but very importantly, in key sections, needs to be improved. The AINS has been, in my view, hastily introduced, and again, unclear language about critical provisions, specifically what a inherently dangerous act is. So that's where I am, my colleagues, and I thank the members that have brought this forward. I think you've done very, very good work. I think it still needs some more work to be strengthened because I think that the not only parents, but the children of our country deserve that. And I want the best bill to go forward. And with that, I yield back.
The lady yields back. For what purpose does Mr. Morgan seek recognition?
Speaking to the measure.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to agree with some of what Ms. Eshoo said. Her words were spoken like a true legislator who's been around a while. That said, however, I come down on the opposite side. Here's my fear. We have no leverage if we don't get a bill out of this committee. We have no leverage if we don't work to improve the bill and get it off the House floor. I'm open to some suggestions that I've heard in the debate today. I've heard Mr. Crenshaw's comments. I heard comments from our colleagues on the other side. But what we have done consistently in this subject area is we have punted the ball down the road for another day. I don't think this bill's perfect. I have no embarrassment if we have to come back in and tweak it, improve it, do whatever we got to do in a year or 2 years. I agree with Mr. Crenshaw. We're probably going to have to do that. But until we pass a bill and see what works and what doesn't work, we're still just going to be debating the concepts. This is a new area. We're going to have to go out. We're going to have to pass laws. We're going to have to pass laws then to amend or repeal the laws that we already passed in this arena. That's legislating. And so while I recognize what Ms. Eshoo said is appropriate, that you want to have leverage in the conference, you want to have leverage to do good things, you have to have a vehicle to get it to conference. You have to have a concept to get it there. I think this is a good bill. Can it be improved? Absolutely. I've already spoken with Mr. Billarakas about an amendment that as I was reading through it, I realized there's a little amendment needs to be made. That's what we do. We get it out of committee. Hopefully it'll get to the floor. We go from there. I would say that I am going to propose later this week to the Rules Committee that we have a process where a bill comes out of the Committee of Main Jurisdiction, that Rules has a shot clock before they send the bill to the floor. There's a couple things they can do, re-refer to a separate committee, et cetera. But at this point, there's a fear that if we don't come out of here with at least a decent vote, leadership's not going to bring this up, certainly not going to bring it up before the upcoming election, but the time that this bill is likely to come up or has a chance to come up is subsequent to the election. But if we come out of here with a vote that indicates that we're namby-pamby on this particular bill or weak on this particular bill, we will never have the opportunity to negotiate with the Senate or those who want to improve the bill. So I'll be voting for it and look forward to working on trying to get the right bill long-term. Can't do that if we don't start somewhere. This is the beginning of that path.
Would the gentleman yield? Would the gentleman yield?
I will yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you very much. I listened very carefully to what you said. And what I'd like to reemphasize is if this has been, there's been a lot of haste on this. Otherwise, I would have, in my view, how to strengthen the bill would have offered via amendments today. But that opportunity is, it's not here. It's not in front of us. So, and I think that it's important for everyone to understand that. The last thing I would ever be described as is mamby-pamby. There are a lot of things that can be said about Hannah.
And let me be clear, reclaiming my time, let me be clear, I never intended to indicate that the gentlelady was namby-pamby. I think we as a body are taking that approach consistently over the years on both sides of the aisle. Because we can't get the perfect bill, we reject the good. I see this as the first step in getting something done that's positive for the children of the United States of America. I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield to the chair?
I will yield to the chair.
I appreciate the gentleman's comments. This has been a very long process. There are amendments to the bill today. We have held numerous hearings. Congress has been working on acting for years, maybe decades. It's been 26 years since Congress has acted. And we've held hearings. We've brought in the CEOs. We've had numerous bills introduced. It's been a very long process. But yet today, as we sit here, there is no bill, there is no legislation, there's no law on the books to protect children online. There is nothing. There's no recourse. I mentioned earlier, John Dingell once said, I mentioned this earlier this year, there hasn't been a perfect law since Moses came down from the mountain. You know, I agree with some of the concerns that have been raised. I am committed to continuing to work. But the tactic of big tech and the opponents of this legislation has been to make the perfect the enemy of the good. It's easy to come up with a reason to vote no. We all know that. If you've been in Congress, you know it's easy to vote no. The hard thing is to vote yes. I urge my colleagues to vote yes today. Let's take action on behalf of kids online all across this country. I yield back to the gentleman.
I yield back to the chair.
Further discussion? Gentleman, the chair recognizes a gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bilirakis, for the purpose of offering the Ains.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess we should read the amendment. Is that correct? Or?
Offer the amendment? Yes, that'd be great.
Okay.
Clerk will report the amendment.
At the desk.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7891, offered by Mr. Bilirakis. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following.
Clerk will, without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Gentlemen, Subcommittee Chairman, Mr. Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so very much. I have an amendment at the desk in the nature of a substitute. I'm urging my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation and ask for their support on this bipartisan aims. And I will tell you, folks, big tech wants you to vote no. They want you to kill this bill. We're moving this bill forward through regular order. So if ultimately, and Representative Castor and I have worked on this bill, and you know, we welcome suggestions on how to improve the bill. As a matter of fact, I talked to Morgan, as he said, Representative Griffith, just now, and I told him that I would work with him and more than likely include his amendment to the bill before it gets to the floor. So let's move forward. Let's play, I'm an SEC guy, but let's play Big Ten football, move those chains forward, okay? That's how you get legislation done. So listen, I know most people, some people don't like it on the right, some people don't like it on the left, but you know, it's easy, it's just like our chairperson said, it's easy to vote yes or no. It's easy to vote no on a particular bill, all right? But, you know, we have a reputation, Representative Castor and I, and looking both sides. We're very open-minded, and we want to improve this bill, because ultimately, all we want to do is save our children's lives. And I know that it's been detrimental. And this is a positive bill. Sure, can it be improved? Absolutely. And we pledge to you that we will work with you to get this done. So I'm urging my colleagues to vote yes on the aims. As I stated before, we have taken significant amount of feedback on H.R. 7891, and I certainly appreciate those who are earnestly trying to get the bill, and you're working in good faith. The groups, most of the groups understand. They know that we're not going to get 100%. of what we want, particularly during this markup. But we've got to move forward because we all, again, we know what the ultimate goal is. And the ultimate goal is to save these children's lives. So I've heard concerns, again, from groups and members on both sides of the aisle, conservatives and liberals alike. The leadership, working with the leadership, the ranking member, of course, concerned parents who matter the most, and other stakeholders. In response, and in order to strike a balance, I'm proud that we came to a bipartisan agreement on this Ames with co-author, and I give her so much credit, Kathy Castor. This new language tightens and updates the text and attempts to remove ambiguity and vagueness, instead making clear that this bill is not about constitutionality, protecting speech or content moderation. This bill is, just like the Senate bill, this bill is about the behind-the-scenes design codes that cause and enable harmful conduct on the internet. My amendment makes crystal clear that the design features definition doesn't hinder anyone's individual First Amendment rights to protected speech or their ability to post specific viewpoints online. Instead, it prohibits government enforcers from weaponizing this base on any user's individual point of view. We also made modest but important changes to the duty of care section through new definitions to ensure that this bill survives the scrutiny that the courts will apply. And you know the courts are going to file lawsuits. So we've got to take that in consideration, folks. These address bipartisan concerns that an activist government enforcer could interpret the language to weaponize speech and content. We wanted to ensure that this doesn't happen. We want this to become law, and again, if we have to come back next year and amend, I'm certainly open to it too. So, and that the duty for companies should be to prevent harmful conduct and content we know to be unconstitutional. Sexual exploitation, drug and illegal sales marketing, and physical violence are all harms that the government has a compelling interest to stop, and we do it with this Ames. My amendment also updates definitions in the text that looks to build upon existing federal law and regulations, such as a serious emotional disturbance, which is a long-recognized term, by the way, that SAMHSA and HHS use in the public health space to describe children with mental illness that lead to functional impairment and limiting their daily lives. So in other words, there were questions on that. And this is already in law under SAMHSA. We set a new focus on inherently dangerous activities such as suicidal and viral challenges. We know these are often unconstitutional in nature, and promoting it directly endangers someone's safety and too often leads to wrongful death. I don't have much time, do I? Sadly, we know big tech will pour millions into their lawsuits to tear the law down in the courts. They've said so as recently as yesterday when they read my amendment and are trying to stop us from moving forward. Unfortunately, many valiant efforts of state governments looking to protect kids' privacy and safety online have not survived such challenges. So let's work on this bill together for the good of our kids. Thank you, and I yield back, Madam Chair. Sorry for taking up so much time. This is such a very important issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentleman's time has expired. Further discussion? Chair, for what purpose does Ms. DeGette seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Energy and Commerce Committee is the oldest committee in the U.S. House, and it's the most storied committee. And it is our job as this committee to pass legislation which will improve the lives of our constituents. And I know all of us on both sides of the aisle feel strongly we need to protect our children. I know I do, and we all do. And I think that our mantra should be like our doctor colleagues here say, but from a legislative perspective, which is first do no harm. This committee should first do no harm when we're trying to tackle these very difficult and important jobs. And I sadly feel that with this AINS, we are sorely failing on that, and we are failing the children of this country. The first thing I want to say, I respect the sponsors of this bill so much, particularly Ms. Castor and Mr. Bilirakis, who I work with so much. But I do resent Mr. Bilirakis insinuating that if you oppose this at AINS, that you are in the pocket of big tech. Far from it. And I know that was not his intention. We're all trying to work together on this. The chair said that we had numerous hearings on this bill going on for months, and that is true, and I appreciate that. And the chair also said that we've tried to bring this bill up several times. That is also true. However, the AINS was received, the language of this AINS was received at noon yesterday. And when we all frantically tried to review the language of this AINS, it could actually have unintended consequences that are going to do more harm to our children than passing this bill. Mr. Bilirakis says, well, that's okay, we're just legislating on the fly here, so maybe we can fix it before we go to the floor, and Mr. Griffith might have some ideas, and other peoples might have some ideas. This is not the way to legislate, folks. We should have had this weeks ago. We could have worked on it in a bipartisan way. And I'm going to talk specifically about some of the problems. The Senate passed a bill 91-3. I want to know why we couldn't have taken the Senate bill. Why did we have to do this at the 11th hour? So let me talk to a couple of the specific issues. Some of my other colleagues have already mentioned them. The revised language eliminates or restricts a high-impact company's duty of care to reasonably prevent and mitigate following harms to minors from its design features: anxiety, depression, eating disorders, substance use disorders, and suicidal behaviors, cyberbullying and discriminatory harassment, promotion and marketing of tobacco products, gambling, or alcohol, unless the company knows that the user's a minor, compulsive usage unless the company knows the user is a minor, promotion of acts that are likely to cause serious bodily harm, serious emotional disturbance, or death, unless the promoted act is inherently dangerous. Section 102A4 applies this duty of care to promotion of acts that are, quote, likely to cause serious bodily harm, serious emotional disturbance, or death, but only if the promoted acts are inherently dangerous. This restriction excludes promotion of acts that are not inherently dangerous, but nonetheless are likely to result in serious bodily harm, serious emotional disturbance, or death. I could go on, but what I want to say is, Madam Chair, if you really want to pass a bill, if we really want to pass a bill that protects our kids, let's just not pass this bill and hope things work out before we get to the floor. Let's pull this bill off the table today. Let's spend the next couple of weeks working to fix this language, and then let's come back, let's pass the bill, let's go to conference with the Senate. I remember that because I've been in Congress for a long time, back in the day when we had regular order. Yeah. Remember that? Well, we could do that. We could go to conference with the Senate. We could come up with a bill that protects our children, send it to the president's desk, and we would all stand there proudly working together on behalf of the children of America. I yield back.
Yeah, will the general yield, please?
Yes.
Yes, in no way did I intend that anyone on the other side of the aisle is on the pocket of big tech. I just wanted to remind you that big tech wants you to vote no on this particular bill.
But that doesn't mean we should vote yes, and I yield back.
That's all I'm saying. That was just a reminder of where they are.
Thank you. Reclaiming my time. That doesn't mean we should vote yes, and I yield back.
No, you yield to me.
I yield to Congressman Rubin.
Yeah, so Big Tech wants us to vote for this bill because the Senate bill is better than this bill. The Senate bill will actually protect and safeguard against anxiety, eating disorders, substance use disorders, depression, and suicide. This bill doesn't. So Big Tech is advancing this bill. And with that, I yield back.
And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Wahlberg seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. And this is a great debate and argument, but I think the reality is that we do not want to not have a part in this process. And I would contend, and I guess I take the opportunity to respond here because I know the next bill, CAPA, there could be some of the same challenges made, that we're moving this quickly. That's absolutely false. We've been working on this for years, literally years. COSA, CAPA, trying to protect kids, trying to protect parents and families, trying to say to big tech, we need you, but we need you to be there in a way that protects our kids. Yes, this has come quickly, but it's also not as come quickly as it could have because of efforts to try to get some of our Democrat colleagues' amendments in. But we also know that the best thing that could happen for big tech right now is this to die here and to run out of time. And then they can major on the Senate proposal, making sure that it doesn't come to fruition here in the House. We need the opportunity to negotiate. And yes, there are some things that I'm sure Representative Bilirakis, myself, and others want to see the opportunity to change before we get to a final vote in the House. But if we stop here, that takes the pressure off those that don't want anything to change. And I'm not saying anything about my colleagues who've expressed opposition to this bill. I get some of that. But I've also been here long enough to know that the greatest failure that we can have is to do nothing that moves something positive forward to give us a further chance. As the old Army Ranger statement goes, forward motion always allows other opportunities to develop. And I think that's what we want. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion.
Madam Chair,
For what purpose does Mr. Sarbanes seek recognition?
to speak on the bill.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
So I just want to thank Representatives Castor and Bilirakis for their tireless work on this. I know that their efforts have been heartfelt. The desire to reach some kind of compromise that can move the bill forward is heartfelt. I do feel like I want to reject the notion, however, that, and this was suggested by Chairwoman McMorris-Rogers and by Subcommittee Chair Bilirakis, that to vote no on this is easy. It's not easy to vote no on this. If you share all the concerns that we've talked about today, you very much want to keep this thing moving forward. But if someone casts a no vote, that's not an easy vote for them today in this broader context. That's a vote designed to register significant anxiety about the substance of the bill, and in a sense to reserve that position for the process as it moves forward. So I just thought it was important, even as I acknowledge the work that's been done here, to put that on the record. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields. Further discussion. For what purpose does Ms. Custer seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
I've listened very intently to this debate, and I think our intentions are clear and the same, but I think this process raises more issues for me. So I support the Senate-passed version of COSA. It's a good bill. It will protect kids, and it passed virtually unanimously.
But the bill before us is not that bill. This bill undermines tech platforms' duty of care to protect children, and I appreciate all of my colleagues who have worked so hard on this issue. So because I support the goals of COSA, I just want to be clear to my constituents, I'm going to vote no and work to improve this bill so that it actually will protect children. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments to the Ains? For what purpose does Mr. Obernolte seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk entitled Obernolte 83.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7891, offered by Mr.
Objection.
Obernolte.
The reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to be clear at the outset. I strongly support the objectives of this bill. I raised two sons who are now young adults, but raised them in the smartphone era, and I watched them go through the struggles that they had with social media. I've also sat through several committee hearings and subcommittee on this bill, and the testimony from parents who have lost children due to some of these harms was very difficult to sit through and resonated incredibly deeply with me. And I feel we have an obligation to do something to prevent these harms from occurring in the future. However, I have a serious concern with the way that this bill is constituted. This bill establishes a duty of care that is very vaguely and poorly defined. And I'll read you the text here. That the duty of care in Section 102 says, a high-impact online company shall create and implement its design features to reasonably prevent and mitigate the following harms to minors, and then it lists the harms. That's it. That's all it says. So we're creating a duty of care, and then we're not defining what it means to have met that duty of care. Essentially, that is abdicating our responsibility as legislators because we're punting the interpretation of the duty of care to the judicial branch. And what we're enabling is years and years of litigation where an army of lawyers from big tech is trying to define what a duty of care is and what reasonable actions would have taken. I had the unfortunate experience several years ago when I served in state government of authoring a bill that was insufficiently specific in its language. And that bill was signed into law, and I got to, for years and years afterwards, watch rooms full of lawyers arguing about what the intent of the author was. And of course, it doesn't matter what my intent was. What mattered what was in the bill, and they're still arguing about it today. I don't want that to happen with this bill. What I think should happen is that we should be very specific about what we mean when we say duty of care. And I'll give you an example. When this bill was heard in subcommittee, we heard some incredibly moving testimony from personal injury lawyers who had represented parents in lawsuits against big tech. And I asked them, what should these social media companies have done? And there was one instance of a young person who had been bullied online. The content had not been taken down, and he subsequently took his own life. It was heartbreaking. And I asked the lawyer, what should have been done? And he said, well, the social media company, when they've been notified that a post had been made that was bullying in nature, they should have removed the post within a certain amount of time. And I said, perfect. That's perfect. Let's put that down. There's not a person on this dais that would disagree that a social media company, when notified that the bullying post has occurred, should, within, let's say, 24 hours, take that post down. Not a person on this dais would disagree with that. So put that down and say a duty of care includes this. And there should be a list of 30 or 40 or 50 of these different things in here. And that way, we won't be arguing about what reasonable means and whether or not the burden of the duty of care has been met. Let me give you a hypothetical that I worry about, and this is really not that far-fetched. So say we pass the bill as written and it's signed into law, and say a similar occasion occurs in the future that we just talked about, where a young person is bullied online, a social media company is notified Perhaps they take that down, that post, 48 hours after the post was made, but the young person then subsequently takes their life. And a lawsuit ensues where the parents are seeking accountability from the social media company about whether or not 48 hours was reasonable. And can you imagine the courtroom where big tech has an army of lawyers sitting there and the parents only have a personal injury attorney? That is not an equal distribution of resources, and big tech is going to win that 9 times out of 10. I don't want to see that happen. So this amendment does not completely solve that problem. Frankly, this problem can only be solved by the sponsors of the bill working with the stakeholders. But this makes some minor changes to the duty of care in the hopes that we can continue solving this problem as we go through the process of getting this bill passed on the floor. So I urge adoption of my amendment, and I urge the sponsors of this bill to work with the stakeholders and be more specific about this so some of these problems do not occur in the future. Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion?
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Bilirakis seek recognition?
To speak on the amendment.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word. I appreciate the gentleman for offering his amendment, but must respectfully oppose this amendment and other amendments being offered at this time. I appreciate everyone's genuine attempts to ensure the language is right. In response to Mr. Obernolte amendment, I must oppose this amendment that I believe would be a significant departure from the current duty of care language in the aims. We view this bill as a prevention bill, and I know my colleagues on the other side feel that way, and my colleagues on this side, not just responding to tragedies after they occur. The gentleman is concerned about vagueness, and I understand and appreciate the concern, but his amendment offers reasonable measures. That is even more vague and just seems to give big tech an out to do the bare minimum. So I commit to working with the gentleman, I really do. I know he has a lot of experience in this area, but I must oppose this amendment.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none. The vote occurs on the amendment. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. Nays have it. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there further amendments? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk. It is Carter, Georgia, 125.
Oh, we do have a Democrat amendment? Okay.
Oh, excuse me.
Let's suspend here. Gentleman yields back. Ms. Trahan, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I have an amendment at the desk labeled Trahan 75.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7891, offered by Ms. Trahan of Massachusetts.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Chair Rogers. I want to start by thanking Chair Bilirakis and Representative Castor for their work, hard work on the Kids Online Safety Act. And I'm especially grateful to the parents and the young people who have so passionately engaged in the legislative process on both sides of the debate to push forward a better, safer vision of social media with lasting protections for our children. This bill has the potential to do a lot of good, and I support its goals to require independent audits for large social media companies, provide more controls to young people and their parents, and require additional disclosures from big tech. But as many members of this committee know, I still have a major concern that is not addressed by the bill. As my colleagues know, this bill would not be possible without the exceptionally hard work that independent researchers and journalists have done to expose the failures of big technology companies and the dangers their services pose to users. And we also know that those same companies are never going to admit those failures and dangers themselves, no matter how many self-reporting disclosure requirements we put on them. Without external accountability, companies and platforms will never change. Outside pressure is what forced Instagram to do the bare minimum yesterday to finally stop waking children up in the middle of the night with push notifications, even as they complained that it would hurt teen engagement. That wouldn't have happened without Frances Haugen blowing the whistle on Instagram's harms to young users and years of independent research and reports. However, what's often overlooked is just how difficult it is to collect the data that researchers and journalists need from social media platforms because companies block access via their terms of service and wield legal threats like a cudgel to silence critical voices and skirt accountability. Without the ability to look under the hood of these companies in a way that protects users' privacy and the platform's IP, by the way, we are effectively flying blind when trying to understand what they're actually doing. That should be unacceptable to each and every one of us who are concerned about the way these companies interact with our children at such an individualized level. Unfortunately, this draft of COSA, which was overhauled and released just 24 hours before this committee takes a vote, has struck the last remnants of this section to protect researchers and journalists from doing this important work. That's particularly disappointing because protecting independent researchers has historically been a part of the bill for years, and it was one of the Surgeon General's key recommendations for protecting children online. It's for that reason that I have offered this amendment to reestablish the bill's legal safe harbor to protect researchers and journalists from undue liability when big tech companies try to silence them. Now, I'm grateful to Chair Bilrakis for his commitment to work on legal safe harbor provisions, and I plan to withdraw my amendment so that we can work together with Representative Castor to find a way to include this proposal. Now, I sincerely hope that the sponsors continue to work to improve the duty of care, to address the deep concerns raised today, and bring it closer to the Senate version, and pass a final package that creates the strongest possible protections for our kids when they're online. So I thank the chair, and I'll withdraw my amendment.
Gentlelady has withdrawn her amendment. At this time, we're going to take a break for lunch and votes on the House floor. The committee stands in recess, subject to the call of the chair. We will reconvene promptly after floor votes. Committee will come to order. Committee will continue consideration of H.R. 7891. The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, has an amendment at the desk.
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at desk. It is Carter GA 125.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7891, offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, joining me in this bipartisan amendment are Representative Shire and Representative Miller Meeks. This amendment would insert H.R. 5778, Sammy's Law, which gives parents the choice to use third-party safety software to protect their children from harmful situations on social media. The bill is named after Sammy Chapman, who, at the age of 16, was approached by a drug dealer on Snapchat and was unknowingly and unnecessarily a victim of fentanyl poisoning. If his parents and many other parents were able to use a third-party safety app and alerted to this kind of activity, his tragic death may have been prevented. Our children are being victimized by bad actors on social media. There are far too many parents who have tragically lost their children because of this malicious activity facilitated by social media. As a father and a grandfather, my heart aches for Sammy's parents and any others who have lost a child too soon. No parent should have to endure that pain. I'm glad this committee is taking action to help protect kids online, and I'm proud to co-sponsor both COSA and COPPA 2.0. I believe Sammy's Law is an essential complement to these important pieces of legislation, especially COSA, which would require third-party integration if proven to be an effective intervention. This third-party safety apps are proven to identify drug abuse, human trafficking, mental health crises, eating disorders, and other similarly harmful situations before they endanger our children so that they can get the help they need. Social media platforms do not currently permit these life-saving tools, and COSA, absent Sammy's Law, would not accomplish this necessary change. Children spend hours and hours on social media, and we know that the youth who report frequent social media use are more likely to experience poor mental health. There's a silent epidemic happening in almost every home in America, and we have to take this seriously. Unfortunately, there's resistance to moving this bill forward, despite the legislation adding critical protection for children while also increasing privacy for them. Preventing parents from using these types of safety tools will only lead to more deaths. We cannot allow drug dealers to have more access to our children than parents. I want to repeat that. We cannot allow drug dealers to have more access to our children than parents. I urge committee leadership to continue to work with us on getting this bill across the finish line to help save lives. My staff stands ready to work with yours to coordinate demos of softwares to fully grasp how critical this technology is to protecting our youth. I can't think of a single reason that anyone would oppose this bill, and I welcome any comments from other committee members. Explain to me why you're more afraid of parents than fentanyl. Why you're more afraid of parents than fentanyl. Please explain that to me. I look forward to moving Sammy's Law forward and ensuring these tools are more widely accessible. Thank you, Madam Chair, and if no other members wish to speak on the amendment, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does Ms. Schreier seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, I'll be brief. I just want to thank my colleagues, Mr. Carter, Ms. Wasserman Schultz, and Dr. Miller Meeks for their continued work on this really important legislation that I support. This committee's work on the Kids Online Safety Act and the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act is critical, and I believe that Sammy's Law complements and expands that work, giving parents the tools they need or more tools they need to be able to protect their kids and, as you just heard, save lives. We have been working diligently to ensure that all members of this committee feel comfortable with the language of our bill and clear about its intent, and we will continue to work with all members and leadership of this committee to do so, and I hope we can come to a conclusion and agreement there. And I'm going to yield the rest of my time back to my colleague, Mr. Carter.
Madam Chair, I appreciate my colleague yielding to me. I'd like to continue with comments if there are any, so I'll yield back.
Yield back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, does the gentleman still wish to withdraw?
Yes, ma'am, I will withdraw it, but Madam Chair, if I may, I certainly hope that we can continue with discussion on this. This is important. Everybody here knows that. Explain to me how we can
Okay.
we can withhold from parents information.
Okay, yes. Okay, so reclaiming my time.
Yes.
Yes. So as the chair, I will yield now to the gentleman to withdraw his amendment.
And I withdraw my amendment.
Well, I'll yield to Mr. Pallone then.
Thank you. Before we proceed, I just wanted to say that, I've listened to the remarks of most of my colleagues. Well, I listened to the Republicans too, but I was paying particular attention to the Democrats who spoke today. And I just want to kind of echo what many of them said, that I obviously firmly support protecting kids online, but I have serious concerns that this bill will not have its intended effect and could have unintended consequences. And because the stakeholders and advocates, many of whom spent years advocating for stronger online safety, deserve an opportunity to thoroughly vet and provide feedback on this amended legislation, which they haven't had because we didn't get these changes until yesterday afternoon. So at this time, I can't support the legislation in its current form, Madam Chair, and I just wanted to express that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair yields back. Are there further amendments?
No.
Okay, seeing none, the vote, okay. Okay. For
Move to
what
strike the
purpose
last
does
word.
Ms. DeGette seek recognition?
No, I don't have.
Issue.
Or, I mean, Eshu. What purpose does Ms. Eshu seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is
Chair.
recognized for, well, yeah, gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. We've had an extended discussion on the legislation, actually extended discussion and work for many years on this. And I fully comprehend the weightiness of the issue. I know that, and I want to compliment our two colleagues that have brought this forward, but I also want to point out that there really are some very critically important areas in the Ains that are not being included in this legislation. And Republican and Democratic members of the committee have stated one of the main reasons that that we need legislation is in the what needed to be included with mental health disorders, anxiety, depression, eating orders, substance abuse disorders, suicidal behaviors, and suicides that have taken place. None of that is in the legislation. And I think that that is a big hole. I think it's essentially a loophole that a Peterbilt truck can drive through. So it diminishes this overall effort. And the entire purpose of the legislation is to protect children. But it eliminates all the key areas there. So I don't want to support a bill that disengages, removes some of the biggest reasons in terms of experience of what's taking place in the country today and will continue to. Are there other parts of the bill that are good? Yes, they are. But after all of these years and efforts and what's taking place in the country, how we hold these big tech companies accountable, it doesn't do it. It doesn't do it, my friend. So I feel compelled to say this out loud. You heard me before, and I'm so sorry that that it is what it is. But it is a lesser, much diminished effort on a critically important issue. So with that, I yield back my time, Madam Chairwoman.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there further amendments? Are there further amendments? The vote now occurs on approving the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Ains is adopted. Question now occurs on adopting H.R. 7891 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7890 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7890, a bill to amend the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act of 1998 to strengthen protections.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman from Michigan seek recognition?
I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7890, offered by Mr. Wahlberg of Michigan. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1's short title, table of contents.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill will be, or the amendment will be suspended with. The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, or COPPA 2.0, is a bipartisan, bicameral bill that will modernize and strengthen children's privacy protections for the 21st century and better protect kids and teens online. The bill is a product of years of work and hundreds of stakeholders, including parents, teachers, teens, medical professionals, privacy advocates, industry, and so many more. And I want to take this time to thank all of you for your help and advocacy. Thank you to my friend and co-sponsor, Representative Castor, for her work and that of her team and stalwart dedication to children's online privacy and safety. I also want to thank Senators Markey and Cassidy for creating and leading this legislation to a 91-3 vote in the Senate. We would not be here without them, and that's hard to say as a member of the House. COPPA 2.0 raises the age of protection to 16, updates the outdated knowledge standard that has allowed big tech to ignore when children are on their platforms, bans targeting advertising to minors, creates meaningful data minimization practices, and gives parents and teens new tools to access, correct, and delete their data. The ban on targeted advertising is particularly important. It not only disincentivizes social media platforms from collecting data on minors and keeping kids online with addictive algorithms, but it also prevents the many examples of truly harmful ads from reaching them. The nonprofit Tech Transparency Project conducted several experiments where they submitted advertisements to Meta for drug parties, alcohol, and pro-eating disorder content to be targeted specifically to 13 to 17-year-olds. These ads were approved by Meta 100% of the time within 5 minutes of being submitted. Recently, my colleagues and I also sent a letter after hundreds and hundreds of ads were found on Meta's platform directing people where to buy illicit drugs. This is what we're up against. We've heard countless heartbreaking stories from parents who have lost children to drugs, depression, suicide, and eating disorders stemming from what they saw or interacted with online. In January, Mark Zuckerberg himself apologized for big tech's role in this crisis. We cannot let bad actors continue to reach kids and teens, especially through ads that line big tech's pocketbooks. The amendment in the nature of a substitute makes a few helpful and clarifying changes to the legislation. It updates the knowledge standard to the tiered model that is more representative of what we know about how companies interact with minors, while still holding big tech accountable to the highest level. It gives more tools for parents to know and manage how their teens' data is being treated online, while still maintaining privacy for the teenager and the ability to also control their own information. The internet can be a complicated and hazardous place, to say the least. We should allow parents the option to help their teens navigate it. The AINS is a compromise, and I want to thank Representative Castor, Chair Rogers, and our leadership for working with us so diligently to get it here. I will admit there are still things we want to work on. First, I have some concerns about the current preemption standard. We see the importance of giving some flexibility to states that are doing good work to protect their young people. But we also need to make sure we're not creating an unmanageable race-to-the-top patchwork. Work on the knowledge standard will also continue. It's important that we get this right. Despite this, when it comes to protecting kids, every step forward is a step in the right direction. I understand that Ranking Member Pallone has his reservations about passing protections specifically for children, and I appreciate his ongoing work with Chair Rogers on a comprehensive privacy bill. But to quote the Ranking Member, I cannot agree with those that claim that consumers should not get privacy protections anywhere because they cannot get them everywhere. Minors are the most vulnerable to dangerous and manipulative practices by big tech. The time is now to give them and their parents more tools to protect themselves online. I encourage my colleagues to support the AINS and the underlying bill, and I yield back.
Further discussion? Chair recognizes Ms. Castor for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Representative Wahlberg, for being my partner on children's and teens' online privacy. You've been remarkable to work with, and I appreciate your words. And I agree with you that I wish we were here on the broader privacy bill that Chairwoman Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone had, and this committee had worked on for a number of years. But it's an emergency that we act to protect kids online. And the good news for this committee is that as COPPA 2.0 is generally intact from the Senate version that was voted 91-3. So hopefully we won't get into detailed debate here too much on this. But remember, the difference is that the Kids Online Safety Act was pointed at the design, how apps and websites and social media is designed to keep kids addicted, whether it's the notifications or the likes or how we want to put in place default settings that keep kids safe, and that's the default. COPPA comes at it from the privacy standpoint, so that these online apps and websites cannot collect the personal private data on children. We adopted a law in 1998, the first version of COPPA, and think of how sophisticated all of the tech platforms have gotten over 20-plus years. I often use the analogy that if there was someone standing outside of your child's window at your house, and they were watching where they go, what they do, what they eat, who they talk to, you would call the police. That you would be alarmed. Well, that's generally what is happening online right now. The incessant surveillance and tracking of everyone, I'm afraid that we're all too easy to give away our privacy in this country. I hope we can come back to the larger privacy bill. But we're here today to protect kids and young people across America from the physical and mental harms being inflicted by these online platforms and social media. They use that information to manipulate and exploit us. And this is especially harmful to young people and children and adolescents. The American Academy of Pediatrics says that data collection from children and teens on a vast scale allows companies to monitor, track, and target young people with advertisements and content that exploit their developmental vulnerabilities for commercial gain. Research indicates that the use of data to target children and adolescents with highly personalized behavioral advertising and user experiences is not developmentally appropriate because they have not yet developed the mature critical thinking skills or impulse inhibition. And countless families have relayed the stories to us. All of us know this. Parents who have lost their children to cyberbullying, eating disorders, dangerous challenges, and exploitation. This is an emergency, and it is a crisis. It demands action. And again, I want to thank Representative Wahlberg for being a champion and a great partner on this. Here are some of the important updates from the current law. New protections for minors aged 13 to 16 years old to bar platforms from collecting data on them. A ban on targeted advertisements that companies use to prey on young users. We created an eraser button to allow children and teens to delete that information that has been gathered on them. It adds additional insight for parents on this data. It revises the current law's knowledge standard to close a loophole that allows platforms to ignore kids online. Young people are ripe targets. We know this. In fact, the New York Times released a report earlier this summer which demonstrated how companies like Meta are using every method possible to keep teens addicted so that they can maximize their profits. We already knew this from Frances Haugen's testimony to this committee, but this recent story confirms that Mark Zuckerberg has directed executives to focus on getting teenagers in particular to spend more time on the platforms with an overall company goal of total teen time spent. Internal documents show that teenagers are a core part of Meta's growth strategy to the detriment of their own health. They're a top priority for the company. Almost half the teens in the U.S. have experienced bullying or harassment between 2010 and 2019. Teen depression rates doubled, with teenage girls seeing the sharpest increase. We know these statistics. It's critical that our laws evolve to tackle the problem, and that is what we're doing today, to give young people a fighting chance, to allow them to protect their childhood, to allow parents to protect their kids. They've been over a barrel for way too long to these companies that elevate their profits over the best interests of our kids. So thankfully, this is largely intact from the 91-3 Senate version, the bipartisan bill. Our kids can't wait for action. I truly appreciate the collaboration of the entire committee in working in a bipartisan fashion on this. Let's move COPPA 2.0. Thank you, and I yield back my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word and speak on the bill. We have heard far too many stories of children and teenagers who have suffered terrible harms, and in some cases, death, because of the current state of social media and internet. The Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act, COPPA, is another critical piece of legislation we're considering today to protect our children online. This legislation provides important updates to a law that was first passed more than 26 years ago and addresses the realities and threats facing kids and teens online in the modern internet ecosystem. Specifically, this legislation would update the Children's Online Privacy Protection Act of 1998 by expanding the age of children with privacy protections to include teens under 17, ban targeted advertising to children and teens, allow children or teenagers to delete their personal information when technologically feasible. This legislation will also put more pressure on large social media companies to be good stewards of their platforms. We've heard the consequences of the lack of current privacy protections and targeted advertising from a young woman named Ava who testified before our committee earlier this year. She bravely shared her story, how social media companies could prey on her vulnerabilities, leading her into a downward spiral that compromised her well-being. She told us, quote, "How was I, A 14-year-old child supposed to understand the social media platforms would use my age, location, and gender to target me with advertisements designed to instill insecurity. There are far too many children and teens across the country with a similar story to Ava's. For them, we must act. I'd like to thank the bill sponsors, Representative Wahlberg, Representative Castor, for all their hard work and leadership. I look forward to advancing this out of committee and getting COPPA signed into law as soon as possible. I yield back. Does anyone else seek recognition on the bill? The amendment, the Ains?
No, I just have an amendment to the.
Okay, anyone seeking to speak on the bill? Mr. Bilirakis, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm speaking on the aims and the underlying bill. Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word. As we know, our country faces a youth mental health crisis, particularly amongst our teens, unfortunately. Big tech is only putting fuel to the flame on this and using the collection of kids' data to do it. I'm proud to support H.R. 7890, COPPA 2.0. My friend and Vice Chairman of the subcommittee, Mr. Wahlberg's bill, and of course, Ms. Castor's bill, and I appreciate her efforts on the previous bill as well. So again, I appreciate Mr. Wahlberg and Kathy's efforts and the effort to ensure we are strengthening privacy for children, and of course, I support the amendment. So we know Children and Teens Online Privacy Protection Act would, and this is 2.0, build on COPPA, the original bill, legislation, by prohibiting internet companies from collecting personal information from users who are 13 to 16 years old without their consent, ban targeted advertising to children and teens, revise COPPA's actual knowledge standard to close the loophole that allows big tech platforms to ignore kids and teens on their site, create an eraser button by requiring companies to permit users to eliminate personal information from a child or teen when technologically feasible, and it will establish data minimization rules to prohibit the excessive collection of children and teens' data. Again, I want to commend Mr. Wahlberg and Ms. Castor for their tireless efforts for many years to get this bill here where we are today. I think we're accomplishing quite a bit today, folks. I'm more than happy to support the aims, of course, in the underlying bill, and I ask my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back. Thank you.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Are there any amendments to the bill?
Madam Chair, I move strike last word. Or I have an amendment at the desk.
I'm going to recognize Mr. James to offer his amendment. Clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7890, offered by Mr. James of Michigan. Add at the end
Without
of the
objection,
bill.
the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Countless studies have gone over, multiple congressional hearings make clear that social media is not only addictive for children, but also harmful to their mental acuity and overall health. Social media has been labeled the primary culprit, and for good reason. I've been saying for years that Facebook is the Philip Morris of our time. Frankly, kids' addiction to these services are only going up. 84% of children say that YouTube is their primary source of video content. Teens and tweens' use of smartphones driven by social media went up 17% in just a 2-year time frame, and the list goes on and on. Even worse, big tech has no intention of fixing the issue and are becoming more strident in their targeting services to kids and teens. So where do they get this bravado? From bad legal precedent? Perhaps. Several state bills that sought to curtail big tech's influence over kids have hit a legal wall. Generally, the First Amendment allows online child protection measures so long as the measure doesn't infringe on adults' speech. However, The primary issue for many of these state bills falls on one fundamental question. How do these platforms determine the age of the user? Supreme Court in Reno versus ACLU requires the law provides an effective way for the platform to determine the identity or the age of a user who is accessing third-party material. In short, age verification is key. But even when applying age verification requirements to websites, courts have still overturned those laws. So what now? Well, the court in Net Choice versus Griffin gave us a path forward to go through the app stores. Judge Timothy Brooks noted that Apple and Google's app stores already set age-related content restrictions for those applications. Filter online content and control privacy setting. That makes perfect sense. Going through Apple and Google would leverage tried and true policy prescription, make the store age gate the addictive or harmful products. For instance, let's take a look at what we do in our normal lives. When a person walks into a convenience store, we require that store to check ID when they purchase cigarettes or alcohol or lottery tickets. We also hold the store liable when kids access those products improperly, not necessarily the suppliers of the product. In other words, we don't rely on Marlboro or Budweiser to ensure that kids aren't purchasing their products. We hit them up for Joe Cool and Joe Camel and the Marlboro Man, but not for actually selling the products. We hit up CVS and 7-Eleven and the supermarkets to the age gate. The app ecosystem should be no different than what has already been proven out in the private sector already. Moreover, the two major app stores, the Apple App Store and the Google Play Store, are under respective consent decrees from the FTC to ensure that children are not purchasing items on their app store without parental consent. Hence, both theoretically must have age verifiers in place to comply with the FTC orders to begin with. Better yet, because Apple and Google already have the ages of their users, app users would not need to provide more personal information to these apps like Instagram or Snap to verify their ages. Indeed, all App Store provider would need is to send a signal to developers when they suspect a child is using their app or service without burdening the user by requiring more personal data. All Apple or Google would have to do is give the developer a thumbs up or a thumbs down when a social media app asked to verify the device is owned by an adult or a child. If we require websites to perform age verification, they would undoubtedly ask you to update a picture of your ID or have you provide that data to another third-party vendor. Going through the App Store eliminates that invasion of privacy. It also completely undercuts social media's First Amendment concern over imposing age restrictions on their services, because now, as the court in Reno required, social media companies will have an effective way to verify their age. Frankly, going through the app stores is a no-brainer. I filed an amendment that seeks to address these concerns and ensure that we hold app stores like Apple and Google accountable when they fail parents and kids the same way a bar or a restaurant or a convenience store might. But even despite that, and my reservations to the way it's currently written, I'm going to withdraw my amendment and not seek a vote today on the good word of my friend Mr. Wahlberg and our staff that they will continue working with me to further improve this bill and work with me on my Protecting Children on Social Media, which is bipartisan, and also the App Store bill that I'm helping to lead, as there is also a Senate counterpart. I believe that this will lead to further good, productive discussions on how we can hold these trillion-dollar giants that own these app stores also and equally accountable to the people that we were sent here to protect in the first place, our children. And with that, Madam Chairwoman, I yield.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment. Are there further amendments? Chair recognizes Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My amendment at the desk is the amendment labeled H7890_ANS_01.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7890, offered by Mr. Pallone. Strike all after
Without
the
objection,
enacting
the reading
clause.
of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you. Madam Chair, as textbooks and notebooks have been replaced by tablets and smartphones, threats to kids' privacy have reached dire levels. That's because data is big tech's most valuable commodity, and kids' personal information is a high-value target. For children and teens, every click, like, share, and post can be tracked and aggregated into detailed dossiers revealing that kids' preferences and beliefs. And such invasive surveillance practices can be monetized through targeted advertisements and addictive and damaging design features that maximize screen time and engagement. And the result, big tech's revenue is up at the expense of our children. We can't continue to allow our nation's kids to be victims of such invasive and abusive data practices. For 2 Congresses, I've partnered with Chair Rogers to draft transformational privacy legislation that puts people back in control of their personal data, curbs data abuses by big tech, reins in the shadowy world of data brokers, and provides important protections to keep kids safe online. And our effort culminated in the introduction of the American Privacy Rights Act, or APRA, which includes much stronger privacy protection for children than COPPA 2.0 does. Now, like COPPA 2.0, APRA bans targeted and first-party advertisements to kids and requires verifiable consent before transferring a kid's or teen's personal information. APRA establishes an eraser button requiring covered entities to delete upon request any content or information of a child or teen, and grants teens and the parents of children the right to access, correct, delete, and port the kid's personal information. States are permitted to exceed these protections if such laws are more privacy protective for children and teens. APRA establishes other vital provisions not included in COPPA 2.0. APRA protects all kids' information, not just information collected from a child or teen online. That's because parents, schools, and data brokers retain and share sensitive information about kids, and that's information that can be collected and aggregated. Without protecting all kids' information, regardless of the source and whether it was shared online by a kid, we will not close the pipeline of children and teens' most sensitive data freely flowing to data harvesters. APRA also establishes strong data minimization requirements, limiting the amount of personal information entities collect, process, retain, or transfer to only what is necessary to provide the products and services being requested. It's a simple principle. The use of a product or service does not give companies the licenses to build detailed dossiers on all customers, including our children and teens. APRA also cracks down on the shadowy world of data brokers, who, without having a direct relationship with their subjects, collect and sell Americans' most sensitive personal information for profit. It grants us all the right to require data brokers to delete and stop the collection of our information and allows parents to do so on behalf of children. APRA requires covered entities and service providers to proactively identify and mitigate privacy risks with respect to children and teens, permits teens and the parents of teens to withdraw previously provided consent, and prohibits companies from using dark patterns to trick users into agreeing to more privacy-invasive practices. And APRA also ensures that the FTC is properly equipped, empowered, and staffed to bring enforcement action against those who profit from the misuse of the personal information of our nation's youth. Now, I filed an amendment in the nature of a substitute that would strike and replace the text of COPPA 2.0 with a modified version of APRA. The amendment is nearly identical to the text of APRA that was considered before the full committee last June. But unlike that version of APRA, my amendment does not include a private right of action or expressly preempt state law. It's no secret to those who have been following the privacy debate that preemption and private right of action are 2 of the most hotly debated issues. Make no mistake, if comprehensive privacy legislation was easy, it would have already been enacted. Such monumental legislation requires careful deliberation, meaningful engagement, and tough compromises. Now, I filed, Madam Chair, this amendment with the goal of sparking renewed bipartisan conversation about how to find common ground and support legislation that will establish a strong privacy foundation that we can build on. I intend to withdraw the amendment today, but I firmly believe that we must continue this fight to get comprehensive privacy protections into law. And our charge is clear. The American people overwhelmingly want more control over their personal information, and it's time we answer the call of the American people and pass the American Privacy Rights Act. And with that, Madam Chair, I yield back.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment.
I do ask that it be withdrawn, Madam Chair.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment.
I have others, though.
I'm going to recognize myself for briefly, to strike the last word. I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone for being a trusted partner over the years as we've worked to establish a national data privacy standard. I believe now more than ever we need a strong, comprehensive data privacy law in this country, and I will continue to advocate and fight to give people the right to control their personal information. Big tech pivoted from going after APRA to the kids' bills on the markup today. We can't let them continue to win. I will continue to look for any opportunity to protect American privacy rights. I appreciate you withdrawing today, but the fight continues. I yield back and recognize Mr. Pallone for another amendment.
Well, thank you for those comments, Madam Chair. Another amendment I have is to the Wahlberg-Ains, and it's called data_min_01.
The clerk will report.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7890, offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 17, strike lines 5 through 15 and insert the following.
Without objection, the first reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And this is about data minimization, which I think is so important in the context of any privacy bill. Robust data minimization limits the amount of personal information entities collect, process, retain, and transfer. In the context of COPPA 2.0, strong data minimization requirements would ensure that online services and apps used by kids limit the information about kids collected by those companies and the use, retention, and sharing of the information that companies do collect to what is necessary to provide the requested product or service. It would put an end to video games collecting kids' geolocation for one purpose and then using it for another. It would stop apps targeted to toddlers from collecting massive amounts of kids' information and then selling that information to data brokers so that they profit. Unfortunately, the existing provisions of COPPA 2.0 do not include strong data minimization requirements. Instead, COPPA 2.0 currently offers vague language allowing operators to collect kids' personal information if, and I quote, consistent with the context of a particular transaction or service or the relationship of the child or teen with the operator, unquote. But sadly, some people would likely argue that the invasive over-collection of children and teens' personal information is consistent with the context of online transactions and the relationship between kids and online operators. So COPPA 2.0 would also allow operators to retain the personal information of a child or teen for no longer than is reasonably necessary, a vague standard that may be exploited by big tech, in my opinion, in their arsenal of lawyers to allow these companies to continue business as usual. Even more striking, COPPA 2.0 does not even include vague data minimization requirements on the use or disclosure of the information collected from kids. Instead, companies that collect kids' information for one purpose are not prohibited from using it for whatever purpose they deem fit, even if so doing presents privacy risks or other harms to minors. So my amendment strengthens the data minimization provision in COPPA 2.0, creating a bright line standard prohibiting operators from collecting, using, maintaining, or disclosing the personal information of a child or teen if not necessary to provide a product or service. It includes a few common sense exceptions to that standard to allow companies to comply with the other provisions of COPPA 2.0, adhere to other federal or state laws, and to protect against child exploitation by providing information to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. It's a simple principle. Let's require that companies only collect, use, maintain, and disclose the personal information of children and teens when necessary. This is consistent with our larger privacy bill. So if you ask any parent of a child or teen with a smartphone, laptop, or tablet, they will say that we're not doing enough to protect kids' personal information. And I urge my colleagues to seize this opportunity to protect children and teens' personal information and support my amendment. And with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word on the amendment. I want to thank Mr. Pallone for offering his amendment and raising this important issue. Data minimization is something that I care deeply about. Right now, Americans have no say in what companies can collect from them, what they can do with that information, who they can share it with, and how they can manipulate and monetize their data. Too much information is being collected about us, period. That is why this committee has spent so much time tirelessly working on comprehensive data privacy legislation. The legislation that we worked on included strong data minimization provisions, including many compromises. I'm fully committed to continuing to work together to find a path forward to achieve this shared goal for every American. And I want to thank Mr. Wahlberg, Ms. Castor for including limitations on collection, an important provision of data minimization. While it's a positive step forward, every American deserves to have data minimization protections. I ask the ranking member to withdraw his amendment and continue to work with me to accomplish this shared goal of protecting every American's privacy. And I would yield to the ranking member for a reply.
I am willing to withdraw it, Madam Chair. I think we both realize that, we'd like to see better protections, not only in COPPA 2.0, but also the larger bill. But because of your request, I'll withdraw the amendment at this time.
Without objection, the amendment is withdrawn. I yield back. Chair recognizes for more amendments. Are there any other amendments? Mr. Pallone?
This one is just data brokers under my name.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7890, offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 13, line 2, strike
Without
and.
objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this amendment prohibits shady data brokers from amassing troves of sensitive personal information of our children and teens and selling such valuable information to the highest bidder. Data brokers are businesses that aggregate and sell vast amounts of American sensitive information for profit. Data brokers frequently collect American sensitive information from a variety of sources, including mobile applications, online services, other data brokers, and public government and business records. And data brokers have collected and stored billions of data elements on nearly every consumer in the United States, including information about children and teens. And these data elements capture incredibly sensitive information, such as data about an individual's online search habits, purchasing history, height and weight, ethnicity, religious affiliation, and travel patterns. With this information, data brokers and their customers can make inferences about an individual, including that person's interests, health, purchasing preferences, financial well-being, and educational attainment. Consumers, especially children and teens, are largely powerless to stop this data harvesting and transmission. It's particularly outrageous that data brokers are amassing information and selling information about our kids. So my amendment puts a stop to these invasive and abusive practices with respect to our nation's children and teens. It prohibits data brokers from collecting, using, maintaining, or transferring the personal information of children and teens. Earlier this year, this committee led the charge, in drafting and enshrining into law the Protecting Americans' Data from Foreign Adversaries Act. And this crucial law prohibits data brokers from selling sensitive personal information of Americans to China, the Russian Federation, North Korea, and Iran. I'd like to build on those bipartisan efforts and close off the pipeline of kids' information freely flowing to data brokers. So I urge my colleagues to support this amendment, and with that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. I recognize myself for 5 minutes to strike the last word on the amendment. I want to again thank Mr. Pallone for offering his amendment, raising awareness on this important issue. This amendment mirrors the text from the Protecting Americans' Data and Foreign Adversaries Act, an important bill to protect Americans that is now law. But in the context of trying to prevent Americans' personal data from being exploited by our adversaries and the national security risks that it poses. I certainly support putting more restraints on what data brokers can do with data, but I believe that this amendment needs more work to ensure that we don't have unintended consequences, like those we have considered when working on other privacy legislation. I ask the ranking member to withdraw the amendment. Yield to the, okay. I'll yield back. Further discussion on the amendment. For what purpose does Ms. Trahan seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Covertly amassing and selling troves of children and teens' most sensitive personal information shouldn't be a lucrative business model. It should be illegal. Ranking Member Pallone's amendment draws a clear line. Any entity whose product or service is the sale of kids' personal information that it did not collect directly from each kid is a data broker. The amendment prohibits those data brokers from collecting, using, maintaining, or transferring the personal information of children or teens. That's common sense. And if you have any doubts, just ask a parent. Ask a parent if they're comfortable with an entity that they do not know covertly tracking their kids' every click, like, share, and post online. Ask a parent if they're comfortable with those entities making invasive inferences about their kid, including inferences about that kid's travel patterns, academic prowess, health, personal interests, and financial well-being. Ask a parent if they're comfortable with those entities then selling detailed profiles about their kids' interests and personal information to the highest bidder. As a mom of 2 young daughters, I know what my answer is. Hell no. Our kids' personal information is not a commodity, and it must be protected. Earlier this year, the House Energy and Commerce Committee championed legislation prohibiting data brokers from transferring the sensitive personal information of Americans to China, Russia, North Korea, and Iran. We did so because the threat to our national security and to the security of every American is too dire to allow such sensitive information about U.S. citizens to fall into the hands of our adversaries. That bill became law, and that law's definition of data broker is the same as the amendment's data broker definition. Should the definition of a data broker be narrowed, Congress would be allowing data brokers prohibited from transferring Americans' data to foreign adversaries to transfer the personal information of kids to everyone else. It makes no sense, and I cannot and I will not support that. Ranking Member Pallone's amendment is the right approach. We must be tough on data brokers to protect children and teens, and I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
You want to?
Oh, with no further discussion? Well, ranking member, let's see here. Does the ranking member desire to withdraw his amendment?
At your request, I will withdraw, Madam Chair, because again, I know you're very sympathetic to this and expanding. I mean, the point that we're trying to make is that a lot of these things should be expanded and included in the in anything we do with kids' privacy in the same way that we would do it for data brokers, in this case, to with our foreign adversaries, or minimization with respect to kids. But at this time, I will withdraw the amendment.
Gentleman withdraws his amendment. Are there further amendments? Seeing none, the question occurs on the Ains that
Madam
was.
Chair,
Oh.
can I make a statement on the Wahlberg bill? Strike the last word on the amendment.
Yes. Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
I just want, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I wanted to speak on the Wahlberg amendment, or the Ains, so to speak, before we vote on it, if I could. And the reason for that is that I believe that the amendment in the nature of a substitute, while it grants parents the power to access, correct, delete, and obtain their teenagers' information, it allows that even against that teen's wishes. And that means in a bill purportedly providing more privacy protection for teens, Congress is creating, in my opinion, a backdoor by which their parents can snoop on their teens' every click online. And I think the provision ignores the fact that teens have a right to privacy as well. It also ignores the fact that not sharing every bit of personal information with your parents is a natural part of transitioning into adulthood. And while I encourage parents and teens to engage with each other's, about the teens' online activities, I don't think Congress should insert itself into those family decisions. We also must consider those parents who are not acting in the best interests of their teenagers. Let's not forget there are horrible instances of parents abusing their children. For teen victims of abuse or neglect, the internet can become a safe haven, providing them with vital information and a sense of community. The proposed changes to COPPA 2.0, allowing parents to access their teens' online information, would deny such teens the privacy that is necessary to protect their health and well-being, and would give these abusive parents even more control over their teenage children. So for me, this is a deeply concerning issue with the revised bill under the amendment. I've long advocated for stronger privacy protections for kids and teens, and have offered amendments today to try to strengthen this bill with important provisions included in APRA. But without these vital protections reflected in the text, and with the new language granting parents the right to control their teens' personal information, I cannot support the AINS. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back.
Can I ask a question of the chair? As I said, is that okay? All right. I just mentioned I can't support the bill in its current form, so I would only ask that you work with me on the various amendments that I've mentioned today before this bill goes to the floor, and that we have further discussions if we could.
Yes, yeah, there will be more discussions, more work. The work continues. You have my commitment. We're going to do everything we can to get them on the president's desk.
All right, thank you,
All right,
Madam Chair.
Okay. Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Latta for 5 minutes on the AINS.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair, and I'd like to yield my time to the bill sponsor, the gentleman from Michigan.
I thank my friend. And I appreciate the ranking member's concern that we get this right, and I think we're all committed to doing that. But we want to move forward as well so we can have those opportunities. The AINS includes changes to the underlying bill to allow both parents and teens to access, correct, and delete the data collected on the teen. To be clear, teenagers still have the ability to consent for themselves and enter websites without parental permission, preserving their privacy and access online. It does not mandate that a parent see everything or know every account their teenager has. When we've spoken about this bill, COSA and others, we've all said how minors do not have the same cognitive capabilities to safely spend time online as adults. This is an important tool to allow parents to help their minor children navigate the internet and protect themselves. To the concern that the teen or parent's opinions could differ on deletion, well, I mean, that's parenthood. And most parents want to do the responsible thing with their kids. Certainly there are parents that don't, but they're in the minority. And at some point, we must allow parents to raise their children as they see fit. We do not treat teenagers like adults anywhere else. They can get a job or sign up for driver's ed, but in most cases, not without a parent or guardian sign-off. This language is very reasonable compromise. It preserves teen privacy while giving both the teenager and parents the tools to see how their data is treated online and the opportunity to address it. When it comes down to it, teenagers are still kids. They do have different needs and capabilities than younger children. And we reflected that clearly in the bill and the AINS where they are treated differently. But just like driver's ed, it's essential that we have parents in the passenger seat to help them navigate the confusing roads of today's internet. And that, I think we would agree on. And so I hope we can move this forward, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Question now occurs on the AINS. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay.
No.
The ayes have it. The AINS is adopted. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 7890 as amended. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay.
No.
The ayes have it. H.R. 7890 is adopted as amended. Chair calls up H.R. 670 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 670, a bill to amend Title IV of the Public Health Service Act to direct the Secretary of Health and Human
Without
Services.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Yeah. We'll just give it a minute. We'll just ask people to exit quickly if you can. Yeah. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Lady from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, is recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move to strike the last word. I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk, H670 FC Ains 01.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 670, offered by Ms. Custer.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. The gentle lady is recognized for 5 minutes in support of her amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to co-sponsor H.R. 670, the Think Differently Database Act. This bill makes it easier for people with disabilities and their loved ones to find the resources they need. In particular, the bill directs HHS to establish a one-stop shop website where people and their caregivers can identify services and supports available through Medicaid, whether they may be eligible, and how to access those services. This bill seeks to break down barriers for people with disabilities and their caregivers by equipping them with information about available resources. This bipartisan aims makes important technical corrections to the bill. The committee has a strong track record of working to improve care for those with disabilities, and I encourage my colleagues to vote yes. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion on the Ains? Chair recognizes Mr. Pallone. For what purpose do you seek recognition?
Strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I wanted to discuss one issue regarding the bill and the Ains. The bill would require CMS to establish a website to provide people with disabilities information about the different ways that they could be eligible for Medicaid, the services and supports they can access through each state's Medicaid program, and whether there is a wait list to access the home and community-based services that they often need. It's not surprising that setting up a new resource that accounts for the variations in every state's Medicaid program across multiple eligibility pathways and waivers would require implementation funding. And Republicans claim that establishing this website is a priority, but yet they have thus far been unwilling to provide any funding to implement and maintain it. Now, some may say that this is just one small piece of work in the context of the expansive work that CMS does, and they're not wrong about that, but the funding challenges CMS is facing are widespread and acute. Just a couple of months ago, the National Association of Medicaid Directors issued a plea to Congress to provide more resources for CMS to review and approve state Section 1115 waiver requests. Delays in approving these waivers affect states across the country. It affects both Republican states and Democratic states. So the agency's response to these and other concerns has been clear. These challenges stem from a lack of funding from Congress. CMS is currently under a hiring freeze that disrupts even the core work of the agency. When we put more work on an already strapped agency, I believe we need to provide the funding to do the job and do it well. So I support the Think Differently Database Act, and I'm glad that we've been able to work together with Republicans to ensure that people with disabilities have more usable information about how to get the services and supports they need. But before I can support this bill being signed into law, we must have a bipartisan agreement on implementation funding for the agency. And with that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none. Oh, I ask unanimous consent to submit for the record a statement from Rep. Molinaro without objection. So ordered. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 670. Oh, question now occurs on the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Ains is adopted. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 670 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Castor votes aye. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Vesey. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye. Mr. Latta is not recorded.
Mr.
Latta
Allen?
votes aye.
Yep, thank you. How's Mr. Allen recorded?
Allen votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Pfluger recorded?
Mr. Pfluger is not recorded. Pfluger votes aye.
How is Ms. Craig recorded?
Craig votes aye.
Oh, Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Bouchon recorded?
Mr. Bouchon is not recorded. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Pence is not recorded. Pence votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Vesey recorded?
Mr. Vesey is not recorded. Vesey votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 41 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 8107 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 8107, a bill to
Without
amend.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? I'm recognizing myself. I have an amendment at the desk. Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of the substitute to H.R. 8107, offered by Chair Rogers.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. I recognize myself for 5 minutes on the amendment. H.R. 8107 includes a number of policies to improve access to home and community services for people with disabilities so that they can remain independent and active in their communities. The first provision, championed by Congressman Siscomani, would lift the age limit to participate in Medicaid's buy-in program for people with disabilities. Current law helps to encourage adults with disabilities to work by letting them keep access to Medicaid and home and community-based services if they are working and have incomes above the current eligibility limits. Current law, however, cuts off at 65 and excludes seniors with disabilities who may wish to continue to work. As such, this bill would change that and expand more opportunities for Americans to work and retain coverage to their long-term care services. I'm grateful to Congressman Siscomani for his leadership in pushing for this change. Additionally, this bill includes a number of policies championed by Ranking Member Pallone and myself. It would include a 5-year demo to allow for states to waive requirements in Medicaid to allow states to offer home and community-based services to more populations. Current law limits the ability to offer such care to only individuals who have a, quote, institutional level of care need. We know many more millions of Americans with disabilities need the long-term care services, but they don't meet that level of need. This bill would promote new state flexibilities to offer care to more people. I want to thank Ranking Member Pallone for working with us on this important legislation, and I yield back. Further discussion, Chair recognizes the Ranking Member, Mr. Pallone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to express my strong support for this bill. The legislative package would take meaningful steps to improve access to home and community-based services in Medicaid. More than 8 million people and more than 40% of adults who have difficulty with tasks like getting dressed, using the toilet, or preparing meals did not receive any help in 2020. For those who did receive help, unpaid family care was the most common source of assistance. And in 2023, an estimated nearly 700,000 people were on waiting lists to receive Medicaid home and community-based services. Now, this tremendous and growing gap in care leaves elderly and disabled Americans with unmet care needs, worsening their health and well-being, and increasing the likelihood that they may need institutional care in the future. So I'm pleased to have worked with you, Madam Chair, to create a new opportunity for states to expand coverage of Medicaid home and community-based services to individuals who have a need for such care but do not meet the current law's institutional level of care standard. The vast majority of states cover home and community-based services, at least in part, via waivers that give states flexibilities like the ability to target services to particular populations. However, under current law, only individuals who meet an institutional level of care are eligible to receive services under these waivers, leaving behind those who have legitimate needs but may not yet require as intensive level of assistance. Now, the amendment you've offered would establish planning grants and time-limited waiver opportunities for selected states to expand access to HCBSs for individuals who do not meet the institutional level of care standard. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that for every $2 spent on this initiative, $1 in future spending would be curbed, helping people to stay in healthier, become healthier and stay healthier in their communities instead of in higher cost institutionalized settings. And I look forward to continuing to work with the chair to ensure this opportunity can be used for the maximum benefit and hope to see it become law. But of course, we have to offset the cost of these important policies, and we have a provision to help ensure that Medicaid payments to pharmacies are appropriate and accurate. Medicaid rules require that state Medicaid agencies base the payment for the cost of the drug on the actual price the pharmacy paid for the drug. And I know that states are able to use federal pricing data that is acquired via the National Average Drug Acquisition Cost Survey of retail community pharmacies. However, participation is voluntary, and larger chain pharmacies that are likely to obtain drugs at lower prices are less likely to respond to the survey than other types of pharmacies. But this practical measure will curb gaming and help to promote fair and accurate Medicaid payments for drugs. So with all this package, I think this is important. I support the amendment. It makes the package better, and I yield back the remainder of my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the ayes. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The ayes is adopted. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 8107 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Pfluger. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. James votes aye. Pallone.
Aye.
Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how's Mr. Latta recorded?
Mr. Latta is not recorded. Latta votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis?
Mr. Bilirakis is not recorded. Bilirakis votes aye.
How is Mr. Allen recorded?
Allen votes aye.
Mr. Pfluger?
Pfluger votes aye.
Mr. Fulcher?
Fulcher votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 8108 and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 8108.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill is open for amendment at any point. Chair recognizes herself for the purposes of offering an amendment. The Ains, clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 8108.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Recognize myself for 5 minutes. H.R. 8108 is a targeted bill that will help military families that have children with disabilities get the care that they need. State Medicaid programs oftentimes have wait lists for home and community-based services. For children with disabilities, these services can be essential in supporting mobility, eating, bathing, and other activities for daily living. For active duty military families who may have to move across the U.S. to serve our country, having a child who's receiving home and community-based services can put the family in a difficult dilemma. Because if the family moves out of state, the child will likely lose access to their care and have to go onto the new state's waiting list for care. H.R. 8108 would change this by letting active duty military families keep their home and community-based services coverage if they have to move due to an active duty status. And the amendment before us in the Ains that incorporates technical assistance from CMS. According to CBO, as many as 4,000 children in active duty military families could benefit each year from this legislation. This will change lives for our military families. And as the co-chair of the Military Family Caucus, I was so pleased that Congresswoman Jen Kiggins pushed for this solution. I'm grateful for Congresswoman Kiggins' leadership here, and I urge everyone to vote yes to support our military families and those with disabilities. I yield back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the Ains. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Ayes have it. Ains is adopted. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 8108 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamick. Kamick votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. James votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eschew. Eschew votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Schakowsky votes aye. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. Vesey. Vesey votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Anyone else need to be recognized to vote? Seeing none? Well, yep.
Craig is not recorded. Craig votes aye.
Anyone else? Seeing none, the clerk will report. Skip to Bill Rackus.
On that vote, there were 42 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. We're going to this. The chair calls up H.R. 7188. Nope, that's not right. We skipped one. Sorry about that. The chair calls up H.R. 3433 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3433, a bill to amend the Federal Food, Drug, and Cosmetic Act with
Without
respect-
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek recognition on the bill? For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment in the nature of a substitute at the desk.
Clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute offered by Mr. Bilirakis. Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title, Table of Contents.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman from Florida is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Chairman. I appreciate it very much. I'm glad to offer this new and improved aims to H.R. 3433, the Give Kids a Chance Act, which I'm proud to say has strong bipartisan support from many of my colleagues across the aisle, and I ask everyone on the dais today to support this amendment and vote yes on final passage. The Give Kids a Chance Act is bipartisan. It's bipartisan legislation sponsored by Representatives McCall and Eschew that provides opportunities for new studies of pediatric cancer trials to focus on combination therapies rather than single-use drugs. This bill requires these pathways for children with cancer in cases where both drugs are FDA approved and owned by the same company. I support moving forward on this legislation as part of a comprehensive package we've included in the aims to provide children's access to critical innovative treatments. The most critical of these pieces is a bipartisan bill many members of this committee co-lead together with me and, again, the lead, Mr. McCall and Ms. Eschew, the Creating Hope Reauthorization Act. I want to thank Representatives Barragan, Burgess, and Trahan for their partnership and support on this bill, which is incorporated in this package. This section will extend the Rare Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program for another 5 years through 2029. This is a critical incentive for innovators to invest specifically in researching pediatric rare diseases, which often don't have any current available treatment options. So the PRV program gives these patients hope by incentivizing a company to continue on through phase 3 trials despite the huge expense, get approval from the FDA, and receive a voucher that can be reused or sold to help recoup losses from the expensive research and development process, particularly for the smaller rare disease innovators. Again, this has been proven to work. This FDA program does not cost a single taxpayer dollar and has been proven successful since its inception. The bill also incorporates the RARE Act I co-sponsor with my friend and rare disease co-chair, Doris Matsui, which provides regulatory certainty for the FDA to interpret exclusivity based on its orphan drug designation. Lastly, I'm so glad to come to an agreement with my friend and colleague, Representative Eshoo, on this AINS package. We have worked hard to negotiate this, and I want to commend the staff too. But we've worked hard to negotiate this in good faith since the subcommittee markup. I want to thank Representative Eshoo's staff, as I said, as well as both sides of the committee staff for working with us. And I want to thank my staffer too, Chris Jones, who does an outstanding job, thank goodness. The AINS incorporates certain provisions from Representative Eshoo's bill, the Innovation in Pediatric Drugs Act, specifically to ensure that companies are fully completing their requirements under the PREA law to study FDA-approved indications used in children. Giving FDA new enforcement tools to help move these pediatric studies along should provide new opportunities for treatments for these patients. If FDA will also issue new annual reports on this enforcement mechanism. We were able to identify a funding mechanism that I'm proud to support that may increase opportunities at the NIH to boost the Best Pharmaceuticals for Children's Act. The Best Pharmaceuticals for Children's Act authorizes research to improve safety and effectiveness of medications in children, and our new funding mechanism would replace the existing authorization levels with 1% set aside on all pediatric research within each institute to go towards this critical program. This mechanism will ensure we are being fiscally responsible, but also increasing opportunities at NIH for a significant amount more research funding. I'm almost finished here, but this is a very important bill. Lastly, we were able to come to an agreement on Title II and Title III of the bill to establish the Abraham Accords Office within the FDA in one of the countries, the Abraham Accords countries. We know this is a big priority for Chair Rogers and Representative Harshberger, and I'm proud we can include it here. And I know Ranking Member Pallone has included an important and necessary fix that HRSA has requested regarding the Orphan Procurement and Transplant Network. So I'm pleased we could come to an agreement. Again, I thank Representative Eshoo and all the members that worked on these bills, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields
Let's
back.
get this done. Thank you.
Is there discussion on the amendment? Ms. Eshoo, recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized.
And speak on the AINS. Excuse me. When our Health Subcommittee met to consider this legislation in May, it left out a critical bipartisan bill that Congressman McCall and I introduced to ensure drug companies complete required pediatric studies on time, the Innovation in Pediatric Drugs Act. Without this bill, we could not maintain our longstanding strategy of balancing incentives and requirements for pediatric drug development, and for that reason, I voted against it and stated so at that time. Since then, wake up, everybody, because this is good news on both sides of the aisle. Since then, Chair Rogers, Ranking Member Pallone, and Congressman Bilirakis and I have worked very hard, and I mean very hard, to reach a bipartisan agreement to include provisions from, as stated, my Innovation in Pediatric Drugs Act in the bill. The aims that Congressman Bilirakis has offered today represents the product of all of that hard work. It obviously has my full support and full gratitude, and here's why. It addresses a pressing problem. Many pediatric studies required by law are late, and the FDA doesn't have an effective mechanism to ensure studies are completed on time, or if at all. Pediatric studies are usually required after a drug is already on the market. When pediatric studies are late, and FDA has found that many are more than 10 years late, FDA's only recourse is to take the drug off the market, and that hurts kids. The AIM solves that problem, and I'm not going to go through it in the interest of time. But very importantly, it does dedicate existing funds. So there are no additional funds to this bill for pediatric research by the NIH, and I think that that is appealing to both sides. And also included in the aims are three policies championed by members of our committee: the Give Kids a Chance Act, the RARE Act, and the Creating Hope Reauthorization Act. Finally, the AIMS directs the GAO to complete a study on the FDA's Pediatric Rare Disease Voucher Program and update Congress on the program's progress of the development of drugs for pediatric rare diseases. There is a very long list, colleagues, of blue chip organizations across the country that support this legislation. So you can go home and brag about it, make it your own. But it really is a wonderful, wonderful coalition. So before leaving the Congress at the end of this year, this was a top priority. And these improvements in our care for children and their access to drugs, a timely process for them to get them, cut the weeds away, I think is one of the, this is the first time in a decade that we're doing really major changes for their benefit. And I have 104. I have 102 seconds left. I'll yield to the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Well, thank you, Ranking Member Eshoo, for yielding and for your work on this legislation. Approximately 30 million Americans are affected by rare diseases. 2 out of every 3 are children. In about 95% of these cases, there is no approved treatment, let alone a cure, and I'm grateful to the committee for working collaboratively to advance legislation that will drive innovation in treatment for rare pediatric diseases. I'm especially pleased to see that the bill includes a 5-year reauthorization of the FDA Pediatric Priority Review Voucher Program. This program offers a vital incentive to develop therapies for children affected by rare life-threatening diseases. Since its creation in 2012, the PRV program has spurred the development of therapies for nearly 40 rare pediatric diseases, many of which previously had no safe or effective FDA-approved treatments. So I urge my colleagues to support this important legislation, which will continue to advance crucial treatments and bring hope to countless children and their families. Thank you.
Gentlelady yields. Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion on the amendment? Ms. Harshberger, you're recognized for 5 minutes to discuss the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Okay. I want to speak in support of this amendment to H.R. 3433, the Give Kids a Chance Act, and ask all my colleagues to support the amendment and the underlying bill. This bipartisan pediatric rare disease package is the result of tremendous leadership and a lot of hard work. And I want to thank Chair Rogers and Ranking Member Pallone for working with me to include a modified version of a critical bipartisan bill that I have been leading with Reps Juan Vargas, Randy Weber, Scott Peters, Andy Harris, Mike Levin, and Rick Allen. It's the United States Abraham Accords Cooperation and Security Act. Protecting America's medical supplies is a bipartisan national security priority, and as we seek to reduce reliance on medical products produced in non-allied nations like China that could weaponize such dependence, we should be looking to the Abraham Accord countries' robust biopharmaceutical industries to help diversify and protect our access to crucial medical supply chains that don't rely on China. The bipartisan United States Abraham Accords Cooperation and Security Act, including this amendment, will establish an FDA Technical Assistance Office in the Abraham Accords region, creating a staging ground for technical assistance and friendshoring collaboration between the U.S. and Abraham Accords countries for the development of and bringing to our markets life-saving drugs. Earlier this year, Chair Rogers, Rep. Vargas, and I met with FDA Commissioner Califf where we discussed this proposal. This week, our colleague and Chair of the House Ag Appropriations Subcommittee, Rep. Andy Harris, communicated in a letter he supports creating an office in the Abraham Accords region to help move medical supply chains to allied countries. We need to begin this process of fortifying our medical supply chains as soon as possible because we have a big hill to climb. And with adoption of this amendment, we begin climbing that hill, and I urge all my colleagues to support it. And with that, Mr. Chair, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back as recognized. For what purpose does the gentleman from?
Strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Strike the last word in speaking on the amendment. Thank you.
I'm speaking in favor of the Ains as well. As I mentioned during my opening remarks, I'm pleased that this bill includes several strong bipartisan pieces of legislation, including important sections of Ranking Member Issues Bill, the Innovation in Pediatric Drugs Act, and I'm glad that my Republican colleagues have been willing to make some additional changes to the bill since the subcommittee markup, including giving FDA new enforcement authority to take action against companies that do not conduct their pediatric studies. The underlying bill also includes critical language to clarify FDA's long-held treatment of orphan drug exclusivity and language to help in our efforts to lead to new treatments for more advanced forms of pediatric cancer. I strongly support efforts such as these, which would help expand access to care for patients with rare diseases and complex medical needs, increase research and development into rare pediatric diseases, and improve regulatory certainty. I have to say, though, I remain disappointed that my Republican colleagues have been unwilling to consider a provision in the Innovation in Pediatric Drugs Act that would have eliminated the orphan drug exemption, thereby requiring drug manufacturers to study their approved rare disease drugs in pediatric populations. The fact that we are moving forward today on a long-term reauthorization of the PRV program, which is worth billions of dollars to the industry, without closing this loophole continues to concern me. I'm also disappointed that my Republican colleagues have been unwilling to put any guardrails on the PRV program to ensure that it is actually working to incentivize innovation or on rare disease drugs. I plan to offer an amendment today that would limit PRVs so that they're only available for first-in-class, truly innovative drugs or drugs that actually treat a rare disease or condition. I think this is a balanced approach to make sure that the PRV program is actually meeting our intended policy goals and that the vouchers are not being used for Me Too drugs. Unfortunately, Republicans have been unwilling to work with us on this. I truly don't believe our proposed approach to including such a guardrail should be controversial, as the language we suggested is intended to target what we aim to start from the beginning of the program. So this bill also includes important provisions to strengthen our medical product supply chain by working with international partners that believe in both tolerance and respect for every person, as well as advancement of science and medicine. The security of our drug and device supply chain is a continuous threat, so efforts to translate those values into safe medical products for American consumers from trusted international partners is vital. So I look forward to working with Chair Rogers to ensure FDA gets the funding it needs to implement this policy. I'm also pleased that we are including language to give HRSA the authority they need to continue their work to modernize the organ transplant system. This language will allow HRSA to collect registration fees and distribute them among the multiple contractors that will be supporting the OPTN. This system is life-saving for many Americans, and I'm glad that we can continue to support these much-needed reform efforts. While I remain disappointed that the package falls short in terms of reforms to the pediatric PRV program, on balance, I stand prepared to support this bill because of the numerous provisions included in the package that will strengthen our supply chain and strengthen FDA and HRSA's authority to protect the public health of all Americans. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion on the Ains?
We have an amendment to the...
If there is, for what purpose does the gentlelady from Florida seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
You recognize 5 minutes.
I will not take 5 minutes. Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word, especially in my role as co-chair of the bipartisan Childhood Cancer Caucus, because I believe this package is going to benefit children who are battling pediatric cancer and other rare diseases. And Ranking Member Eshoo, we are awake to this good news. Thank you very much. The Childhood Cancer Caucus has championed many bills that have made it through this committee over the years, especially to increase research into diagnostics and treatments. Advocates back home in Florida, especially Bonnie Woodworth, who lost her daughter, Tatum, to cancer, have really educated me over the years on initiatives that help with treatments and better outcomes. Thank you to everyone who worked on this package. It is going to make a real difference. It will help ensure that children have the same access to innovative medical research and new therapeutics, the same as adults. Oncologists and researchers agree that often combinations of drugs are needed to treat cancer patients. This bill will give FDA the authority to require pediatric cancer combination trials. From 2020 to 2023, the FDA approved 40 combinations of cancer drugs for adults found to be effective, but only 2 combinations of cancer drugs for children. And we've got to help level the playing field here. This package will authorize the Pediatric Rare Disease Priority Review Voucher Initiative, incentivizing drug development for pediatric diseases. Since this initiative was stood up in 2012, it has awarded 53 vouchers for 39 rare pediatric diseases that have led to innovations benefiting over 200,000 children. I urge you to support this package, help the families who struggle with childhood cancer. Thank you very much. Now yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of substitute? Yes. For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Have an amendment at the desk, Mr. Chairman.
The clerk.
I was going to tell you what it is.
Go ahead.
H3433-FDC AMD _02.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 3433 offered by Mr. Pallone. Page 11.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to raise my concerns again with the Pediatric Disease Priority Review Voucher Program, which has not been proven, in my opinion, to do what we intended, and that is bring rare pediatric drugs to patients. The pediatric PRV program is not well targeted. Currently, only about a quarter of the drugs that have redeemed a pediatric PRV have been for rare diseases, and that's not even specific to pediatric rare diseases. So that's why I'm offering this amendment, which would provide an important guardrail to target what we have intended to do from the start of the program. This guardrail would limit redemption of the pediatric rare disease PRVs so that they are, 1, not allowed for a drug that is known to have the same mechanism of action as a previously approved drug for the same disease or condition, meaning that they can only be used for drugs that are truly innovative, or 2, for a rare disease or condition. I think this is a balanced approach to make sure that the PRVs are not being used for Me Too drugs and would tailor the pediatric rare disease PRV program to bring the products that we intended to patients. Now, these are the products that would have the biggest impact on public health and address unmet needs for children with rare disease. The PRV should not be a tool for the biggest pharmaceutical companies who are willing to pay the highest price to cut the line for FDA review. It's a program designed to incentivize drug development for rare diseases. I believe it's time to reform the program to ensure that it delivers these results. However, I also understand that this aims includes important provisions that will improve the lives of patients, as I said before. Therefore, I'm going to withdraw my amendment, Mr. Chairman, but I look forward to continuing to monitor this program very closely. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman.
Will gentleman yield for a question?
Sure.
Would you be able to provide us a list of what you describe as the Me Too drugs?
Yeah, of course.
I would like to look at that. Thank you.
I will get back to you, Doctor. Thank you.
The gentleman yields back. Are there any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? Is there any discussion on this amendment? If there's no further discussion, the vote then occurs on the amendment in the nature of a substitute. All those in favor shall signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the amendment is agreed to. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 3433 as amended, and a roll call vote has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Harshbarger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. James votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. DeGette. DeGette votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Is anyone seeking to answer the roll call? Ms. Matsui, how is she recorded?
Ms. Matsui is not recorded. Matsui votes aye. Lesko votes aye.
Mr. Carter?
Mr. Carter is not recorded. Carter votes aye.
Anyone else seeking the roll call? Mr. Griffith?
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Anybody else from your side? Anyone else seeking? Chair Rogers, how is she recorded?
Chair Rogers is recorded as aye.
Seeing no others, the clerk will report.
Chair Guthrie, on that vote, there were 43 ayes and 0 noes.
43 ayes and 0 noes. The bill as amended is adopted. The chair calls up H.R. 7188 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7188, a bill to require the Secretary of Health and Human Services to conduct a national evidence-based campaign education campaign to increase public and health care provider awareness regarding the potential risks and benefits of human cell and tissue products, transplants.
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with, and the bill will be open for amendment at any point so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Are there any amendments to the, let's see, the bill, the amendments? Does anyone have amendments? Mr. Sarbanes, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment at the desk.
The clerk will report.
Could the gentleman from Maryland specify his amendment?
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with, and the
Amendment in the nature of a substitute.
without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with.
Thank you.
And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm glad to see the Shandra Eisenga Human Cell and Tissue Product Safety Act included as part of today's markup. I know our colleague, Ms. Dingell, has led this bill alongside Representative John Molinar, wishes she could be here today to provide remarks as well. This amendment strikes the right balance of providing clarity to industry while also improving human cell, tissue, and related product safety. At our legislative hearing, Ms. Dingell spoke about the tragic death of Shandra Eisenga, who passed away after battling a severe tuberculosis infection in the intensive care unit and receiving contaminated bone graft material. Shandra was one of 36 patients who received material from the contaminated lot and one of 2 individuals whose death has been linked to it. This bipartisan amendment strengthens the underlying bill by adding civil monetary penalties, which will allow FDA to more effectively conduct enforcement efforts against establishments that do not meet their donor eligibility or current good tissue practice obligations. This will both help deter bad actors and protect good actors. The amendment also adds language requiring FDA to submit additional reporting on the work of the agency's tissue reference group in its regulation of establishments that manufacture human cells, tissues, and cellular and tissue-based products. We owe it to Shandra, her family, and all those who have been affected by contaminated bone grafts to ensure we're doing everything we can to prevent these unnecessary tragedies from happening again. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment and the bill's passage, and I yield back the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the ayes. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The ayes is adopted. The vote now occurs on approving H.R. 7188 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Curtis votes aye. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. James votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes.
Aye.
Sarbanes votes aye. Tonko.
Aye.
Tonko votes aye. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz.
Aye.
Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. VC.
Aye.
VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 40 ayes and 0 noes.
The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 7623 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 7623, a bill to amend titled...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? Dr. Burgess, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually had a statement from our colleague Richard Hudson that I wanted to insert into the record. He's wants to raise awareness of HR 2407 and encourage us to take that up. But I will insert, in the interest of time, I'll just insert these remarks into the record.
Okay. Without objection, the statement will be inserted into the record. So moved. Does anyone else seek recognition on the bill? For what purpose does Mr. Joyce seek recognition?
I would move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Many of the flexibilities that allowed for increased uptake of telehealth and increased access for Medicare beneficiaries are set to expire at the end of this year. This bill would continue these critical flexibilities for another 2 years. During the COVID-19 public health emergency, we have recognized the benefits of expanded virtual healthcare services. The ability of Medicare beneficiaries to receive telehealth services at any site, regardless of type or location, is essential for rural Americans, like my constituents in Pennsylvania 13, who are often forced to make long and costly commutes for health services. This AINS also includes my bill, H.R. 1406, the Sustainable Cardiopulmonary Rehabilitation Services in the Home Act. The inclusion of this bill will allow our nation's seniors to heal and recover at home from severe cardiac and pulmonary events. This virtual access is necessary because we don't have enough cardiac rehab centers, only approximately 1 center for 100,000 adults in America. Improving access to this care will lead to better health outcomes and ultimately reduce costs to the Medicare system through reduced hospitalizations and emergency department visits. As we advance this telehealth package through full committee, I want to thank Chair Rogers, Chair Guthrie, and Carter for inclusion of H.R. 1406 and for their diligent work throughout the committee process. Each of your leadership skills have been essential in improving access to care for all American patients. I urge support of this AINS, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Ms. Matsui seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Gentlelady is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm proud to have been a part of the telehealth movement since the early days. Even in the past 5 years, telehealth has gone from a novel, unconventional tool to one of the premier modalities for treating patients. We can all agree that one of the silver linings of the pandemic was unlocking the incredible potential of telehealth. Now we have the opportunity to maintain and build on this era of virtual care. The legislation before us today, which should extend telehealth flexibilities for 2 years, is a first step. I'm sure many of us hope that we could go further to make telehealth a permanent part of our healthcare system. I, for one, co-lead the CONNECT Act, which would make telehealth flexibilities permanent. And I'm proud to lead the Telemental Health Care Access Act to ensure telemental health services are available without burdensome in-person requirements. The in-person requirement is especially concerning to me, given the recent CDC report showing that people ages 75 and older had the highest suicide rate amongst all age groups. We need to ensure seniors can get the care they need when they need it. And I look forward to a future where we can recognize telehealth as a crucial piece of our healthcare system, rather than a temporary fix we must extend every 2 years. But today, I am excited to support the 2-year extension. I also want to make sure that as we advance telehealth, no vulnerable patients are falling through the cracks. And I'm worried that without action before the end of the year, we will leave behind an entire universe of patients, those who rely on controlled substance prescriptions. This means kids with ADHD, hospice patients relying on pain medication, women going through menopause, those in recovery from substance use disorder, and more. For over 15 years, the DEA has ignored Congress's directive to set up a special registration system for providers who wish to prescribe controlled substances via telehealth. Now we are once again waiting for DEA's proposed rules establishing a permanent framework, and we are starting to hear extremely concerning reporting about the content of this rule. If this reporting is true, DEA's proposed plan would completely upend the system of telemedicine the patients have come to rely on. And even if the reporting is not true, we are dangerously close to the end of the year. If flexibilities expire without a permanent framework of some kind of contingency plan in place, we put the care for thousands of patients at risk. During the pandemic, we proved that the flexibilities allowing patients to receive these drugs without an in-person visit improve access to care, and that DEA has the tools it needs to enforce protections against bad actors. We cannot ignore this crucial and critical issue. We can't leave behind patients who rely on a certain class of medications, even as we extend telehealth flexibilities for others. I urge the Chair and Ranking Member to continue working with me on this issue to ensure all patients can benefit from the incredible power of telehealth. With that, I yield the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. I am committed to working with you on this. Just want to make it clear. Further discussion. Chair, for what purpose does Mr. Latta seek recognition?
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Before striking the last word, point of personal privilege.
Gentleman's recognized.
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair. And to all of our members, we all know how hard our staffers work in this committee, especially on the Subcommittee on Communications Technology. Slade Herman is going to be leaving us this week. He's heading to the private sector, but he's done great work in the subcommittee and also for the full committee. He helped draft the landmark TikTok legislation. He's provided great legal counsel to the subcommittee and working on broadband satellite issues. So I can't thank you enough for all of your hard work. I know that every week we always met in the office, and you always had great counsel for us before we went to subcommittee. And I know that as you head to the private sector, it'll be a great success, and where you go, you will succeed. So I just want to wish you all the best of luck in your future endeavors.
Yes. Thank you, Slade. Yes. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. If I could now strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes to strike the last word.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I can vividly remember we're 4 years ago speaking with providers about how the United States lacked the infrastructure to implement telehealth services. And many of those same individuals, 3 months into the public health emergency, told me that if we hadn't had telehealth, we'd be sunk. So it's amazing how things change in such a short period of time. But telehealth provides a lifeline for those in rural and underserved areas who otherwise would not have access to care. The elderly, individuals with a physical disability, those who lack transportation, and at-risk Americans need continued and expanded telehealth services. Additionally, health providers are seeing less cancellations and better long-term health outcomes. And this is most evident when it comes to mental health care. As chair of the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology, I have long advocated for increased 5G broadband connectivity. And when current unserved and underserved Americans obtain connectivity, it holds the potential to fundamentally change the way we provide health care in the United States. I applaud my colleague, the gentleman from Georgia's 1st Congressional District, and urge a yea vote on the bill. And I thank the chair, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Ms. Castor seek recognition?
To strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5
And
minutes.
I'm not going to take the full 5 minutes, but I did want to speak in favor of the Telehealth Modernization Act. I think it's important to include these extensions of the flexibilities that have been a godsend to our neighbors since the pandemic. One such policy is the 2-year extension of the acute hospital care at home initiative. I'm an ardent supporter of this. It really helped revolutionize care during the pandemic when we needed to find a way to treat critically ill patients outside of hospitals. there is real promise to provide this high-quality care to observation-level patients as well. These are patients who don't quite meet the criteria to be admitted inpatient, but have a diagnosis that is consistent with receiving care at home. Tampa Bay area hospitals, Baycare, Tampa General, Moffitt Cancer Center, have shared with me that they really believe they can provide the high-quality care to patients in a more comfortable home setting, and that it can improve patient outcomes while simultaneously freeing up hospital beds for those who need it most. I've introduced the At-Home Services Act with our colleague Representative Buchanan to build on hospital at home and allow CMS to test this innovative delivery care model on observation status patients and confirm that it is a cost saver overall. This cost-effective legislation will maximize the financial benefit of the Hospital at Home initiative and include rigorous safety and quality protections. Early data from local hospitals that are testing the model on their own dime has shown that patients have a decreased length of stay, lowered readmission rates, and improved outcomes at a reduced cost. So I wanted to inquire of the chairwoman and ranking member Pallone. I believe this bipartisan bicameral legislation would complement the larger 2-year extension. Will you commit to continuing to work with me and my staff to consider a pilot to allow more hospitals to test the effect of treating observation status patients who may not need to be admitted to a hospital inpatient bed but need hospital level care? I believe this will ensure appropriate level care, treating patients where they need it, when they need it, how they need it, while increasing hospital capacity.
We'll look into that.
And so will I.
Excellent. Thank you. I'm really proud of what the Tampa Bay area hospitals are doing in reimagining healthcare. I hope we can work together to test this concept across the country. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Mr. Carter. For what purpose?
Madam Chair, I seek recognition to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute.
The clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to H.R. 7623.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment is dispensed with. Gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes on his.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, I'd like to offer this bipartisan amendment that I'm leading with Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, which improves accessibility, affordability, and quality of health care, regardless of where patients live. Unfortunately, Americans living in rural areas too often have few to no health care options available close by, contributing to a 43% higher mortality rate. Thankfully, this committee is considering my legislation, the Telehealth Modernization Act, to preserve patients' access to telehealth, which will help patients, particularly seniors and those in rural areas, access health care. Telehealth has proven to be a safe, effective way to deliver care. It's a lifeline for patients in rural areas and those with mobility issues. Additionally, it addresses health care workforce shortages. I often say that we knew how important telehealth was before the pandemic, but we didn't quite realize it until the pandemic. Without congressional action, critical Medicare telehealth flexibilities will expire at the end of this year, creating an access cliff for millions of patients. That is why I introduced the Telehealth Modernization Act with Representative Lisa Blunt Rochester, which would extend these Medicare telehealth flexibilities and ensure access to care for seniors. The amendment before us today would preserve Medicare patients' access to telehealth through 2026 and extend audio-only coverage to help increase accessibility for those with limited or no access to broadband services. The amendment included Dr. Joyce's Sustainable Cardiopulmonary Rehabilitation Services in the Home Act, which allows patients to continue receiving in-home cardiac and pulmonary rehabilitation services under Medicare. It also extends the hospital at home telehealth program through 2029, utilizes health centers and rural health clinics to provide telehealth, and makes important program reforms. I'm also pleased to see the bipartisan amendment include crucial pharmacy benefit manager reforms, which will delink PBM compensation from the cost of medications and increase price transparency, lowering the cost of prescription drugs for seniors. While I'm disappointed that we are not making these Medicare telehealth flexibilities permanent, I look forward to working with my colleagues on this committee to ensure that these vital telehealth services do not lapse. I also want to address the imminent expiration of DEA telehealth prescribing flexibilities at the end of this year. The Online Pharmacy Consumer Protection Act of 2008 mandated the DEA to establish permanent rules for prescribing controlled medications via telehealth. Congress has twice asked the DEA to do this, and they've ignored the intent of Congress both times. During the pandemic, a temporary waiver allowed providers to prescribe controlled substances via telehealth without an in-person visit, which has been a lifeline, especially in rural and underserved areas. As these DEA flexibilities are set to lapse in December, patients who depend on telehealth services for their medications face a critical situation. I'm dedicated to working with my colleagues to ensure these flexibilities are extended, safeguarding patients' access to their medications while establishing necessary safeguards against misuse. I urge my colleagues to support the Telehealth Modernization Act and address the critical issue of DEA prescribing flexibilities. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Further discussion. Gentleman from California, Mr. Peters, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thanks to my colleagues, Congressman Carter and Congresswoman Blunt Rochester, for their bipartisan leadership on this bill, which builds on the lessons we learned from COVID-19 and extends critical telehealth flexibilities for 2 more years. The legislation in front of us takes important steps to remove geographic restrictions, expand telehealth provider eligibility, and codify a waiver process for modifying covered telehealth services. And this will make sure that patients can access telehealth options when it's appropriate. The amendment also includes a provision I worked on this Congress with my colleague, Congressman Joyce, to extend in-home flexibilities for cardiopulmonary rehabilitation or cardiac rehab. Each year, more than 1 million Americans have heart attacks, bypass surgeries, or another cardiac event that makes them eligible for cardiac rehab, which is basically a supervised recovery regimen of exercise, education, mental health counseling, and nutrition coaching. And these programs keep patients out of the hospital and save lives. Heart disease is the leading cause of death in the United States, yet far too eligible seniors ever complete a cardiac rehab program. That's because in-person cardiac rehab usually requires dozens of visits. For many patients, that's just too much of a burden. Congress first authorized virtual cardiac rehab for Medicare beneficiaries in response to COVID-19. And since then, we've seen evidence that virtual cardiac rehab increased patient access and led to outcomes that were just as good as in-person care. Patients were able to get the highest level of care right in their own homes. Unfortunately, the authorization for virtual cardiac rehab expired, leaving hundreds of thousands of patients unable to access the care they need. We know that virtual cardiac rehab works. We know it can improve seniors' lives, and we know it will be cost-effective in the long run. So I urge my colleagues to vote yes on this legislation so we can move one step closer to restoring access to virtual cardiac rehab for Medicare beneficiaries. Thank you very much, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Ms. Custer seek recognition?
To move the last word, strike the last word.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have 2 things to briefly touch on. Before I do, I commend the committee for working in a bipartisan way to extend telehealth flexibilities that are so important to ensure people receive care. That being said, I want to make 2 quick points. First, I'm concerned that today's telehealth package contains a pay-for that only addresses one aspect of our drug pricing supply chain. To expand on the progress made under the Inflation Reduction Act, we need more transparency to better understand the relationships between pharmacy benefit managers, health insurance plans, pharmacies, and pharmaceutical manufacturers, and the role that each plays in determining the cost of prescription drugs. I'd ask the chair to require CBO to provide a cost estimate breaking down the various provisions so we have a clear line of sight into which part of the policy drives savings and which don't. Second, I'll join my colleague, Buddy Carter. I'm very concerned about reports that the DEA is going to make it more difficult for doctors to provide telehealth treatment for substance use disorder and mental health care. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the DEA allowed providers to prescribe medication-assisted treatment for opioid use disorder remotely. This flexibility allowed more Americans, including many of my constituents, to receive life-saving treatment that they desperately need and deserve. Evidence shows access to medication-assisted treatment via telehealth has been transformative for people with opioid use disorder. Last year, for the first time since the pandemic, opioid overdose deaths actually fell in number. Unfortunately, the flexibility that allows doctors to provide remote care for people in recovery expires at the end of the year. Unconscionably, the DEA is supposedly working on a rule that will cut in half the number of people who can access telehealth. At a time when we have finally started to bring down the number of people who are dying from opioid overdoses, it's nonsensical for the DEA to pull out the chair from under those on the road to recovery. The DEA should stop standing in the way of people getting the medicine they desperately need. I look forward to making sure the DEA extends e-prescribing for substance use treatment and mental health coverage before the end of the year. And I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Soto seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. Today, we have the opportunity to approve a telehealth extension and modernization for 2 years. I recall in 2020, in the beginning of the pandemic, when we finally took the leap, we all know it would have been rough sledding through the pandemic if we didn't have telehealth. And it's become a critical part of medicine and healthcare access, especially for seniors, for persons with disabilities, and in rural areas. And so this legislation keeps that going by expanding the eligibility of different types of treatment and also ensuring payment systems for federally qualified health clinics and rural health clinics. We just had a White House meeting yesterday, many of us on the Energy and Commerce meeting and Energy and Commerce Committee, and we were informed that the BEAD program has 49 states that have finally been approved. But unfortunately, my home state of Florida is the only state left that hasn't secured approval of this program, and it's critical when we're looking at internet access for telehealth with $1.16 billion at stake. So we need to work together to get this done between NTIA and the state of Florida, because rural Florida is counting on us. With that, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Pallone seek recognition?
Let's strike the last word.
Ranking members recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to be brief. I was very pleased that the AINS includes a 5-year reauthorization with increased funding for the Family Health Information Centers program, which expires at the end of this year. These centers provide much-needed support to families of children with special health care needs. They're run by highly skilled family members of children with special health care needs who use their firsthand knowledge and experience to help other families navigate the maze of healthcare services, programs, and insurance coverage available to them. And with increased funding, this important program will be able to reach more families and empower them to make informed decisions about their child's care. Also, the AINS provides the Commonwealth of the Northern Mariana Islands with an additional $21.7 million in federal Medicaid matching funds to address its current funding shortfall. Unlike states, the U.S. territories' Medicaid programs are constrained by an annual cap on Medicaid matching funds, which regularly leads to funding shortfalls. When these shortfalls occur, territories are faced with cutting the services people can receive and suspending payments to already strapped providers. So it's critical that we address the current funding gap expeditiously before the end of the year, and I hope that in the future we'll consider additional measures to improve access and quality of care for the territories and prevent such clips from happening again. With that, I yield back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the vote occurs on the AINS. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. Ayes have it. The AINS is adopted. The question now occurs on approving H.R. 7623 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Crenshaw votes aye. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. James. James votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Eshu. Eshu votes aye. Deget. Deget votes aye. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes aye. Castor. Castor votes aye. Sarbanes. Tonko. Tonko votes aye. Clark. Clark votes aye. Cardenas. Cardenas votes aye. Ruiz. Ruiz votes aye. Peters. Peters votes aye. Dingell. VC. VC votes aye. Custer. Custer votes aye. Kelly. Kelly votes aye. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes aye. Craig. Craig votes aye. Schreier. Schreier votes aye. Trahan. Trahan votes aye. Fletcher. Fletcher votes aye. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Griffith recorded?
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Has Mr. Palmer recorded?
Mr. Palmer is not recorded. Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 41 ayes and 0 noes.
Ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up H.R. 3227 as amended by the Subcommittee on Health and asks the clerk to report.
H.R. 3227, a bill to amend
Without
titles.
objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill?
Madam Chair.
For what purpose does Mr. Latta seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I frequently hear from my constituents about our crisis our healthcare system is facing due to workforce shortages. Nowhere is this more acute than within our nursing homes. We need more workers to make sure that nursing home residents get the care that they deserve. One thing we can and should do to alleviate some of this pressure is to make it easier to train workers. Unfortunately, current laws and regulations are creating a bottleneck in the workforce pipeline. Nursing homes are prohibited from providing training to nurses' aides for up to 2 years if they've been subject to a civil penalty, monetary penalty greater than $13,000. Now, there are a host of reasons why facilities can be subject to a penalty, and many of them are not associated with patient safety or staff training requirements. This bill clarifies that nursing homes that have been subject to a civil monetary penalty that are completely unrelated to a patient's care should not have their ability to train staff revoked. It also preserves the current prohibition on training staff in facilities where patient harm and care quality are at risk. The staffing ratio put forth by the Biden administration is advocating for staffing ratios in nursing homes without a solution for how to actually address this issue by creating a pathway to get more workers into these facilities. This legislation will do that. Madam Chair, I yield back the balance of my time, and I urge passage of the bill.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Ranking Member Mr. Pallone, recognized on the bill.
I move to speak in opposition, Madam Chair.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
The so-called Ensuring Seniors Access to Quality Care Act would loosen restrictions that prevent nursing homes that have received certain penalties or have been found to have serious quality of care violations from conducting in-house nurse aid training programs. Proponents of this bill argue that not all nursing homes barred from continuing to operate in-house training programs should be subject to those restrictions, and that unwinding current law protections is necessary to address workforce shortages. However, under current law, barred nursing homes already can seek a waiver from the Secretary of the Department of Health and Human Services to continue their nurse aid training program. But this bill would moot the existing waiver process by giving an automatic pass to deficient nursing homes to continue to operate nurse aid training programs. And this automatic pass would apply even if the nursing home committed potentially egregious violations, such as failing to report resident abuse or a reasonable suspicion of a crime against a nursing home resident. Now, I think it's unacceptable to allow nursing homes committing these types of violations to automatically continue to operate their own training programs, and I urge my colleagues to vote no, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving HR 3227 as amended, and a roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Fluger. Fluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. James. James votes aye. Pallone.
No.
Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Tonko. Tonko votes no. Clark. Clark votes no. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. VC. VC votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye. Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Would the clerk,
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Madam Clerk, would you call the names of the members who are not recorded as of this point, please?
Congressman Burgess. Congressman Hudson. Congressman Dunn. Congressman Curtis. Congressman Crenshaw. Congressman Joyce. Congressman Armstrong. Congresswoman Miller Meeks. Congressman Obernolte. Congresswoman Schakowsky. Congressman Sarbanes. Congresswoman Dingell. Congresswoman Barragan. Congresswoman Blunt Rochester.
Okay, clerk can report. Are there any other members seeking to be recorded on this vote? Seeing none, the clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 20 ayes and 18 noes.
Ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Chair calls up HR 9067 and asks the clerk to report.
HR 9067, a bill to amend Titles 18 and 19 of...
Without objection, the first reading of the bill is dispensed with. The bill will be open for amendment at any point. So ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the bill? For what purpose does Chair Guthrie seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I have an amendment at the desk in nature of a substitute.
Clerk will report.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Mr. Guthrie is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thanks, Madam Chair. This amendment makes important patient-centered changes to H.R. 9067 that will help to accomplish two important goals in the long-term care community. First, that our healthcare workforce are well-trained and able to provide quality care for residents living in long-term care facilities that often require more intensive bedside care. Second, the legislation will help to create a strong pipeline of clinical staff working in long-term care facilities and reverse an alarmingly high number of individuals leaving or choosing not to enter the field. The amendment would continue the Biden administration's policy of giving states and individual long-term care facilities the option to waive training requirements for temporary nurse aides, allowing these individuals to train for longer than 4 months and not longer than 12 months by the bedside until they become certified nurse assistants. The amendment only applies to those facilities or states that are experiencing shortages of nurse aides and cannot apply to facilities that have instances of direct patient harm within the last 2 years. That's very important to me. When the COVID came and we had a waiver in this area, and we're looking at different areas where waivers seem to make sense to make permanent, the first question when we looked at this and I said, is there an instance anywhere under this waiver that anyone was harmed by this provision? And there is no instance that was ever brought to my attention or that I know of. But if you are still concerned about this bill, we made significant changes to address concerns raised by stakeholders and by CMS. These include ensuring TNAs are required to perform the duties that they would have to execute as a certified nursing assistant. In other words, ensuring this conforms with current statutory requirements. For example, current law prohibits students from performing services for which they haven't been trained as well as these TNAs to be under the supervision of a licensed nurse or registered nurse. The specific duties they would be required to perform while training as TNAs is being able to bathe, groom, dress, and feed residents. They would also be required to show competency in modifying their behavioral in response to a resident's behavior, know how to respond to a resident's behavior, and knowing how to communicate with a cognitively impaired residents. The results of the bipartisan CMS waiver from the COVID-19 pandemic are overwhelmingly positive and cannot be ignored. Recent analysis shows that facilities that utilize a higher percentage of nurse aides performed higher on 4 key quality metrics. These include lower rates of depression among residents, lower rates of worsening mobility, lower rates of pressure ulcers, and weight loss. I urge my colleagues to vote to advance the AINS today. We can also importantly achieve these patient-centered reforms without a one-size-fits-all mandate that threatens the livelihood of nursing homes already at risk. Finally, the legislation has significant bipartisan support. We have co-sponsors for members of this committee, which I really appreciate their support. And I ask all the other members who are not co-sponsors to join me today in supporting this legislation. I thank you and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Mr. Pallone seek recognition?
Speak in opposition to the AINS and the bill.
Chair is recognized for 5 minutes, or the ranking member is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The so-called Building America's Healthcare Workforce Act would upend decades of minimum nurse aid training standards that were established in response to serious concerns about untrained nursing home staff. A 1986 Institute of Medicine report brought to light concerns about the quality of care in nursing homes, including neglect, abuse, and poor quality of life, and provided the basis for Congress to enact the Nursing Home Reform Act. To quote the IOM report, quote, to hold down costs, most of the care is provided by nurses' aides who in many nursing homes are paid very little, receive relatively little training, are inadequately supervised, and are required to care for more residents than they can serve properly, unquote. Among the reforms enacted in the Nursing Home Reform Act were the nurse aid training requirements in effect today. To work in nursing homes, nurse aides must complete at least 75 hours of training within their first 4 months of employment and pass a competency test. H.R. 9067 would essentially rescind those training requirements by allowing nursing homes to employ untrained nurses' aides for up to 12 months and count the time worked as training. And working as a nurse aide in an understaffed environment without proper training simply cannot and does not replace the value of a comprehensive training program. And for those nursing homes that wish to establish in-house training programs, the law already gives them the ability to do so. So sadly, we do not have to look back as far as the 1980s to know the effects of winding, or I should say unwinding, these training requirements. During the height of the COVID-19 pandemic, nurse aid training requirements were temporarily waived. As a result, many nursing homes hired people who completed as little training as an 8-hour online course. Hundreds of thousands of untrained workers entered the nursing home workforce, and we do not know who among those workers went on to receive the training necessary to become certified nursing assistants. When the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services rescinded the COVID-19 waivers, the agency indicated that on-site surveys revealed significant concerns with resident care, including weight loss, depression, and pressure ulcers. CMS noted, quote, for example, by waiving requirements for training, nurse aides and paid feeding assistants may not have received the necessary training to help identify and prevent weight loss, unquote. Waiving these requirements may have been necessary during COVID-19, but we can't permanently accept this standard of care for America's seniors and people with disabilities. So I wholeheartedly agree that we should work together on ways to expand the nurse aid workforce and improve training for nurse aides working in nursing homes. Workers deserve to be treated with respect, receive the training they need to do their jobs effectively and with confidence, and earn a fair wage and benefits. But this proposal accomplishes none of these things, in my opinion. It's a step backward and a disservice not only to the residents who rely on nurses' aides' care, but also to nurses' aides who deserve more from their employers. So I urge my colleagues to vote no on the bill, and I yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving H.R. 9067, the Ains. There's an Ains. Let's vote on the Ains. All those in favor of the Ains say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Ains is adopted. Question now occurs on approving H.R. 9067 as amended. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. James. James votes aye. Pallone.
No.
Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Tonko. Tonko votes no. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. VC. VC votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Madam Clerk, how is Mr. Weber recorded?
Mr. Weber is not recorded. Mr. Weber votes aye.
How is Mr. Obernolte recorded?
Mr. Obernolte is not recorded. Obernolte votes aye.
Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 17 noes.
The ayes have it. The bill is adopted. Chair calls up HJ Res 139 and asks the clerk to report.
HJ Res 139, a joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval under Chapter 8.
Without objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. The resolution will be open for amendment at any point, so ordered. Does anyone seek to be recognized? For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, I'd like to express my support for this Congressional Review Act, which would overturn the administration's mandatory nursing staff ratio rule. As a consultant pharmacist in nursing homes for many years, one of my top priorities is to increase the accessibility, affordability, and quality of health care, especially for our seniors. That's why I have strong concerns with the Biden administration's misguided nursing home minimum staffing standard rule, which will decrease patients' access to long-term care in rural and underserved communities. At a time when Georgia's senior population is booming and in growing need of nursing homes, the Biden administration is proposing an unfunded mandate that will decrease access to nursing homes for some of our most vulnerable patients living in my district and across the country. Reports show that if the minimum staffing rule were to be implemented, almost 80% of facilities would be forced to close. Again, reports show that if the minimum staffing rule were to be implemented, almost 80% of facilities would be forced to close. As a result, more than 9,600 vulnerable seniors in Georgia could be out of a home when facilities are forced to turn away admission or close their doors for good. This will force seniors and their families in my district to drive hours away to higher cost, more distant facilities. Nursing homes are not suffering from a lack of mandates. They're facing a lack of nurses. This rule would only make things worse for our seniors and the health care providers who support them. That is why I'm supporting this legislation to repeal this unfunded staffing mandate that would decrease seniors' access to facilities across rural Georgia and could force many to close. I urge the Biden administration to reconsider this rule and instead focus on thoughtful policies that increase access to care for our most vulnerable patients. That's why I urge my colleagues to support this resolution before us today. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Further discussion. For what purpose does Ms. Eshoo seek recognition?
I move to strike the last word and speak on the bill.
Gentlelady's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Throughout this Congress, our committee has discussed potential solutions to some of the hardest questions that a family can face. Can we take care of a family member at home? If we can't, can we trust a nursing home? And how are we going to afford it? The bill before us, HJ Res 139, would not make answering these questions any easier. It repeals a rule that was recently finalized by the Biden administration to establish the first ever minimum staffing requirements for nursing homes. The rule is a common sense solution to the lack of nursing home staff. The rule requires a registered nurse to be on site 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, instead of the current minimum of only 8 straight hours a day. Nursing homes must also have enough registered nurses and nurse aides to provide each resident at least 3.5 hours of care per day. 3.5 hours of care per day. That's my mother, my grandmother, my relatives, and yours. These requirements phase in for most facilities, but they give rural facilities more time to come into compliance. Facilities can request hardship exemptions because of severe workforce challenges, and the rule also provides $75 million in grants to recruit and to train nurse aides. The rule is badly needed. These stories illustrate why. A nursing home resident in Florida purchased a bullhorn for himself after calls to nurse aides for help going to the bathroom went unanswered. After 6 weeks at the facility, he developed bed sores and repeatedly sat in his own feces. A woman's mother-in-law living in an Indiana nursing home, quote, ended up with horrible bed sores. She was not bathed or fed properly either, and luckily she died and didn't have to suffer anymore, unquote. That quote is from a family member. Finally, our dear friend, former colleague, and a classmate of mine and of some of the members here, Congresswoman Eddie Bernice Johnson. She was the first RN, the first nurse ever to be elected to the Congress. She died last December after a stint in a rehabilitation facility in her home state of Texas. In a nation as great as ours, deaths like Eddie Bernice's and experiences like those I just shared are totally unacceptable. Nursing home staffing reforms are long overdue. The national academies have been recommending minimum staffing standards in nursing homes since 1986, nearly 40 years ago, 4 decades. The bill before us will put dignified, quality nursing care Americans deserve out of reach for patients. And for these reasons, I will vote no and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, and I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Pence seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move strike last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Roberts, for including this important CRA in this markup. My resolution would provide congressional disapproval of the CMS final rule regarding minimum staffing standards in the long-term care facilities. It was issued in April. I regularly hear from my constituents about healthcare worker shortages, and one-size-fits-all solutions like this will only exacerbate the problem. Imposing unfunded staffing levels, especially in my rural communities where qualified workers are already in short supply, will not solve any of the issues affecting the long-term care sector. Like Mr. Carter said, when nursing homes are unable to meet CMS standards or the strict criteria for exemptions, they will be forced to close in my area. And that leaves patients with no options for long-term care. I refuse to sit by while hundreds of thousands of seniors could lose access to nursing homes, so I was proud to partner with my good friend, Representative Michelle Fischbach, introducing this resolution. I urge my colleagues on this committee to vote yes today, and I hope to see it get to the floor very soon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Is there further discussion? For what purpose does Ms. DeGette seek recognition?
Move to strike the last word.
Ladies recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I want to kind of address these remarks to the last 2 bills as well as to this resolution. When we're talking about this nursing home staffing rule and these other bills, the question we ask is, why do we have to make rules like this in the first place? Nobody seems to have any illusion that nursing home quality broadly needs to improve. In 2023, 26% of nursing homes received a citation for actual harm or immediate jeopardy of a resident. And my colleague, Ms. Eshu, really poignantly described what that means for people. The average facility had nearly 9 deficiencies revealed by their survey. Recently, Americans gave nursing homes a D+ for quality of care in a 2023 nationwide survey. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle are right. There's more and more seniors going into nursing homes, but the quality is unacceptable. And so many of our constituents are dealing with hard choices about what to do about aging parents. So there's clearly a correlation between staffing levels and nursing home quality, but I'll be honest, it's not perfect. There are plenty of facilities out there with adequate staffing but unacceptable quality. But there are also facilities that appear understaffed but achieve superior outcomes for their residents. I recently visited several nursing homes in my district that have those qualities. They are understaffed, but they give good care and the residents are happy. Unfortunately, the evidence shows that on average, more staffing helps, and it helps a lot. mandating staffing is the most serious idea anyone has come up with so far for improving nursing homes. We're certainly not considering anything today that will address the crisis facing seniors, and so we have to do something. Now, I will admit, a staffing rule does have its own problems as well. By CMS's own numbers, facilities across the country would need to hire about 16,000 new registered nurses and over 35,000 new nurse aides to comply with the rules. There are likely to be some nurses out there who could be drawn back into the workforce, particularly with higher wages, but also we need to train new nurses as well. So this rule has accounted for that. The nurse ratio standards in the rule don't go into effect until 2027 for urban areas and 2029 for rural areas. I would suggest this committee, instead of dummying it down, eliminating training requirements, eliminating this workforce requirement, figure out how we can improve training, how we can improve staffing in the years that we have. We would have time under this rule to give nursing homes time to improve nurses' working conditions, to help encourage people to become nurses, to train a new generation, and most importantly, to improve care for nursing home residents. And so I will say, simply because there's a problem does not mean that we should risk the lives of our relatives, of our neighbors, of our constituents by eliminating this rule. So I welcome the chance to work with my colleagues to address this situation in a bipartisan, productive manner, but eliminating staffing and eliminating education and qualifications is not the way to do it. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving HJ Res 139. A roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn.
540 now?
Duncan votes aye.
We just got to.
Curtis.
540 to 550.
Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamak. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. Pallone. Pallone votes aye. Wait. Pallone is off aye on no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko. Tonko votes no. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. VC. VC votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Plump Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye.
Are there any members seeking to be recorded? Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that one, there were 21 ayes and 18 noes.
Ayes have it, and the resolution is adopted. Chair calls up HJ Res 163. Asks the clerk to report.
HJ Res 163, a joint resolution providing for
Without
congressional
objection, the
disapproval.
first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. The resolution will be open for amendment at any point. For what purpose does Mr. Carter seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I seek recognition, strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Madam Chair, this resolution provides for congressional disapproval of the Environmental Protection Agency's final rule issued in May to regulate greenhouse gas emissions from new and certain existing fossil-fueled electric generators. The controversial rule also rescinds the past administration's rule for the power sector. I urge my colleagues to support Congressman Balderson's resolution, which will make sure this damaging EPA rule will have no force or effect. This is necessary to protect the reliability of our electrical grid and electricity ratepayers. This rule, the Clean Power Plan 2.0, is a repeat of the Obama administration's unconstitutional effort to insert itself into the electric sector to remake the nation's electric grid. The Obama administration sought to impose unworkable emission standards and emission caps to force states to change their generation sources. It put EPA, not FERC, and the states in control of electric sector decisions. The Supreme Court found in West Virginia versus EPA that this was wrong. The court held that the standards were unconstitutional and that Congress had not granted any such sweeping authority to the EPA. This was wrong and dangerous then, and it's wrong and dangerous today. Once again, EPA is in this new rule once again, EPA in this new rule is impermissibly inserting itself into the middle of the state's vital responsibilities to assure an electric generation mix that provides reliable, affordable power for their citizens. Yet this time, the stakes may be even worse for the American public. We've heard testimony over and over about the threats to the grid. Members of the FERC Commission, the North American Electric Reliability Corporation, grid operators, and state utility commissioners have all been raising alarms about the reliability of our electricity system. Policies that drive the premature retirement of baseload and dispatchable generation are a major factor in the reliability crisis. In the current rules, EPA is once again imposing requirements that will force the premature closure of vital generating resources with dire results our electric system, just as we're seeing spikes in demand and need for reliable power for our manufacturing sector. Just consider what EPA is doing. For new generation, it is imposing technology standards, carbon capture and storage that have not been proven in sustained commercial power operations at the high rates EPA requires. We are an innovative country. We support driving innovation and new technologies like carbon capture and storage, but we cannot support rushing technologies that are not demonstrated at the scale of the regulation, can't work economically, or put the lights out. The EPA knows this. There was a huge amount of commentary in the record, which was also reflected in testimony we heard in committee. States that supported CCS said not so fast. Utilities that use CCS said the technology is not adequately demonstrated at the rates EPA demands. But instead of backing off, EPA proposed that generators could avoid the cost of committing to shut down early or to limiting how often they operate. That's a great plan in the middle of a reliability crisis. For existing plants that states now rely upon to keep the grid reliable, the EPA rule undermines state discretion to decide what's best for keeping power affordable and the lights on. It inserts itself into decisions about how long units should operate and provides only limited flexibility if states have trouble meeting EPA's very tight deadlines. As a result of the rule's impossible requirements and intrusion into electricity decisions, more than half the nation, 27 states, have petitioned for a stay of the rule while its merits are litigated. The stay is critical. As this matter works through the courts, the rule hangs over every decision by every public utility commissioner, integrated resource planner, utility co-op owner, and generator operator. It will chill the investment needs and undermine affordable, reliable generation, development that our communities rely upon to grow and prosper. A vote for this resolution will remove this threat to our electric system. It will assure grid operators that they can rely upon baseload and dispatchable generation to address our power needs. It will ensure affordable power for Americans. A vote for this resolution is a vote for reliable power and a vote to protect ratepayers. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion? For what purpose does Ms. Castor seek recognition?
To speak in opposition to HRES 163.
Gentlelady recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. Colleagues, the Republican rollback of the Environmental Protection Agency's power plant pollution standards is poor public policy. It runs counter to public interest, the public health. Republicans in Congress should not be hamstringing EPA's ability to curb air pollution from power plants. Americans value clean air. They value the Clean Air Act, and they overwhelmingly support EPA's standards to lower power plant pollution. Polling released by the American Lung Association found that 82% of voters support stricter toxic air standards for power plants, while 76% support setting stricter limits on carbon emissions from new and existing power plants. The burning of fossil fuels is fueling a climate crisis, and it is unnecessarily polluting our air and water. When you burn fossil fuels to produce electricity, it does emit harmful air pollutants like sulfur dioxide, nitrogen oxide, particulate matter, and more. And these air toxics are proven to cause a host of health issues among people that live nearby, including asthma among kids, cancer, heart disease, and more. EPA's air pollution standards for power plants will improve the public health. EPA estimates that in 2035 alone, after these rules go into effect, the U.S. will avoid up to 1,200 premature deaths, 360,000 avoided cases of asthma symptoms, and 870 avoided hospital and ER visits. It also projects up to $370 billion in public health and climate net benefits over the next 2 decades. I know that fossil fuel trade associations and lobbyists often argue that pollution reductions could threaten the reliability of the grid. But EPA closely collaborated with industry in developing the standards, and they made changes to the final rule that will bolster reliability protections even further, including one that temporarily exempts fossil fuel power plants during grid emergencies, and another that allows a facility an extra year to comply if grid operators can't line up replacement power generation in time. And this isn't the first time that fossil fuel lobbyists have used these scare tactics in response to common sense air pollution standards. I was here when the Obama administration offered up the EPA Clean Power Plan, and lobbyists used the same scare tactics. They claimed that the Clean Power Plan was going to lead to nationwide blackouts. Well, ultimately, the Clean Power Plan did not go into effect, but we realized the same pollution reductions by adding lower-cost clean energy to the grid, all without substantial interruptions to the grid. Cleaner air and energy do not come at the expense of grid reliability. And finally, I want to just close by highlighting the cost of climate inaction right now. Back home in Florida, amid extreme heat, longer summers, higher electric bills, we're experiencing severe flooding, skyrocketing property and flood insurance. My neighbors and I continue to look down the barrel of intense hurricane seasons fueled by warming waters in the Gulf and Atlantic, just extreme flooding that you don't have to live in Florida to see the deluges that have wrecked communities this summer. The climate crisis is with us, and by rolling back common sense pollution reduction standards, you're asking the American people to pay more. We can't do this. We've got to work together to lower the cost of the climate crisis, lower air pollution. This is a common sense way to do it. So I urge you, put people over politics, put people over the profit margins of those who operate the dirty power plants, and oppose this measure. Thank you. I now yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Any further discussion? I was going to go to Balderson because it's his. Chair recognizes Mr. Balderson for 5 minutes. For what purpose does he seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word and speak in support of the resolution.
The gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And first, I'd like to thank you for holding this markup and including my legislation, which would block the EPA from implementing this disastrous rule on America's power plants. Despite widespread concerns from utilities, rural co-ops, power providers, grid operators, labor unions, and manufacturers, the EPA published final rules on May 9, 2024, that place an unachievable mandate on existing coal-fired and new natural gas power plants. The rule, dubbed the Clean Power Plan 2.0, creates mandates that will block new natural gas plants from getting built and all but ensure America's coal-fired power plants shut down before 2032. Right now, our country is facing an unprecedented increase in demand for electricity, largely due to new data centers, manufacturing facilities, and the Biden-Harris administration's efforts to force electrification across the board. In my home state of Ohio, load growth has traditionally grown by 1% to 2% annually. Recently, AEP said they are now forecasting average growth closer to 20% a year in Ohio. This increased demand isn't just happening in my state. In May, the New York Independent System Operator predicted peak power demand to be 10% greater this summer than last summer. And in June, ERCOT announced that demand on the Texas power grid will double by 2030. And according to the North American Electric Reliability Corporation's most recent long-term reliability assessment, power demand in North America is growing at the fastest rate in 30 years. But while we're seeing historic increase in demand, the administration and the EPA are working overtime to cut our reliable baseload power, which accounts for roughly 60% of total electricity generation. As we've discussed during numerous committee hearings, the EPA's Clean Power Plan 2.0 places unworkable mandates on our most reliable power plants. New baseload natural gas plants, including those that are currently under construction, are required to capture 90% of their carbon emissions by 2032 by installing unproven carbon capture and storage technology. Meanwhile, coal plants planning to operate past 2039 must also capture 90% of their emissions by 2032. Section 111 of the Clean Air Act limits the EPA's authority to set emission standards. While CCS is an interesting innovation technology, the Clean Air Act requires the best systems of emissions reduction to be adequately demonstrated, account for cost and energy requirements, and set achievable emissions limits. It's laughable to say the rules requirements have been adequately demonstrated. In fact, there is only one fossil fuel fire plant in the entire country that approached meeting the 90% CCS system that the rule mandates, and that was only one of the 4 plants generating units. And for a plant that's looking to implement this technology within 8 years as required, I say good luck. Just getting CCS and CO2 pipelines permitted, sited, and constructed will take well over a decade, as we've seen with Project Tundra in North Dakota. But you don't have to take my word for it. Last week, MISO, PJM, SPP, and ERCOT filed an impetus brief opposing the EPA's power plant rule in the D.C. Circuit. In this brief, the grid operators noted the rule's compliance timelines are not workable and will trigger premature retirements of generating units that provide critical reliability. They continue, and I quote, "Such inevitable and foreseeable premature retirement decisions resulting from the rule's timelines will substantially strain each of the joint ISO's and RTO's ability to maintain the reliability of the electric power grid." I'd like to remind my colleagues, these are the nonpartisan operators responsible for maintaining and enhancing our grid reliability for 30 states and the District of Columbia. Together, they will ensure the lights turn on for over 100 million businesses and residents across the country. Madam Chair, I seek permission to enter this amicus brief into the record. Amicus, thank you, Mr. Allen. Amicus brief, we practice that word too. I'd also like to enter into the record letters of support from my CRA from the National Rural Electric Cooperative Association, the Utility Workers Union of America, and the United Mine Workers of America.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Simply put, the rule requires adoption of unproven technology and meet unachievable emission limits on an unworkable timeline. The final rules will be jeopardize reliability and result in more brownouts and blackouts, higher costs, and greater uncertainty for the American families
and business. While renewables can and will continue to play an important role in our energy mix, their weather-dependent nature means have reliable. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Any further discussion? Seeing none, the question now occurs on approving HJ Res 163. Roll call has been requested. The clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis votes aye. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. James votes aye. Pallone.
No.
Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko. Tonko votes no. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. Vesey. Vesey votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye. Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 23 ayes and 18 noes.
Ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Chair calls up HJ Res 133 and asks the clerk to report.
HJ Res
Without
133.
objection, the first reading of the resolution is dispensed with. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the resolution?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Fulcher, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
I have a resolution at the desk.
5 minutes to speak in favor of your resolution.
Won't take that long, Madam Chair. HJ Res 133 would prevent the implementation of the EPA's proposed rule on vehicle emissions standards on heavy-duty trucks. Basically, this is a electronic de facto EV mandate on trucks, which would disrupt our entire supply chain for a whole host of reasons. It would increase costs dramatically. It would reduce the amount of freight that can be carried on a truck because of the weight of batteries in battery-powered trucks, which sets in motion a whole series of other problems. And perhaps most disturbingly, Madam Chair, this would put our dependence very heavily on China, because China, not America, dominates the EV battery supply. All kinds of problems wrong with this. With that, Madam Chair, I urge support of this resolution. Yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion. For what purpose does Mr. Tonko seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you. The transportation sector is the largest source of greenhouse gas emissions in the U.S. and also a major emitter of other dangerous pollutants. I strongly support EPA's action to protect Americans from harmful air pollution. Unfortunately, this resolution will nullify a rule that, by all analysis, will save lives, save American consumers money, and bolster domestic manufacturing. In fact, the final standards will reduce dangerous air pollution across the country, which is especially important for the 72 million people living near truck freight routes, and will provide some $13 billion annually in net benefits from 2027 to 2055. The rule is projected to avoid nearly 49,000 symptomatic asthma incidents. But putting aside those health and environmental benefits, we should see this rule as an opportunity to further drive technological innovation and domestic manufacturing. I reiterate that these zero-emission, heavy-duty vehicles really do exist. In fact, any member can go see them just a few blocks from this hearing room. Earlier today, the Sustainable Energy and Environmental Coalition and the Bicameral Electrification Caucus partnered with CallStart to host an expo on the Hill. Not only are there half a dozen vehicles of different sizes, including a school bus and a semi-truck, but also in attendance were American workers that are manufacturing these vehicles, companies that make the charging equipment, and professional drivers. There even was an electric ice cream truck and offering, by the way, free ice cream. Madam Chair, if we considered this resolution sooner, I would invite the majority to withdraw the resolution and recess the markup so that we can get ice cream and see these cutting-edge clean vehicles at the same time. But regardless, everyone is still welcome to go down to Maryland Ave and 3rd Street Southwest to see how this industry is growing and responding to EPA's rules. With that, I urge members to oppose this resolution, and I thank you for the time and yield back, Madam Chair.
Gentleman yields back. We'll all go down after we pass the resolutions. Okay. Further discussion? Without objection, the vote occurs on HJ Res 133. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Aye. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen. Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. James votes aye. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko. Tonko votes no. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. VC. VC votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers. Chair Rogers votes aye. Mr. Latta is recorded as aye.
Great. Good. Clerk will report.
Chair Rogers, on that vote, we have 22 ayes and 18 noes.
The ayes have it. Resolution's adopted. Chair calls up HJ Res 117. Asks the clerk to report.
HJ Res 117.
Without objection, first reading is dispensed with. Does anyone seek to be recognized on the resolution? Mr. Allen, for what purpose do you seek recognition?
Madam Chair, I move to strike the last word, speak in favor of HJ Res 117.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Chair, this is the Congressional Review Act resolution to nullify the finalized PM 2.5 standards by the Environmental Protection Agency. I would like to reference a letter from the National Association of Manufacturers in support of this CRA. The final rule lowers the standards for fine particulate matter, PM 2.5, from 12 micrograms per cubic meter to 9 micrograms per cubic meter. The last review was completed in 2020, where the EPA decided to retain the PM 2.5 standard at 12 micrograms per cubic meter. Instead of following the 5-year requirement, the Biden EPA decided in 2021 to prematurely reconsider the standard and finalize a rule this year to drastically lower it. This new standard is set so low that it nearly matches the background levels in many states and localities. This is a major problem, as states will have a difficult time providing permits for the construction of any new facilities or for the expansion of existing facilities. This rule would have disastrous impacts on the economy and manufacturing nationwide. With over 40 years of experience starting and operating a construction business, I'm all too familiar with heavy-handed top-down regulations and what they do to the economy. These often place unnecessary...
The gentleman will suspend. I'll just make members aware there's 5 minutes left on the clock to vote on the floor. We can wrap this up now, or we can come back after votes. Gentleman will proceed.
With over 40 years of experience starting and operating a construction business, I'm all too familiar with these tactics. These often place unnecessary compliance and implementation burdens on states and the business community. It is critical that we protect our environment and public health, and we're already doing that with PM 2.5 standards set at 12. According to EPA's trend report, annual levels of PM 2.5 have fallen 29% between 2000 and 2021. All this finalized rule does is push manufacturing and economic development projects out of the United States and offshore and deprives economic opportunity for the people who need it most. I urge my colleagues to vote yes on my CRA, and with that, I'll yield to Dr. Joyce the remainder of my time.
Gentleman yields back. Further discussion?
I yield back to the gentleman.
Further discussion, Mr. Ruiz?
Yes, I move to strike the last word. This bill is going to cause undue premature deaths, and it's a terrible bill. We oppose this.
Gentleman yields back. Question now occurs on HJ Res 117. Clerk will call the roll.
Burgess. Burgess votes aye. Latta. Latta votes aye. Guthrie. Guthrie votes aye. Griffith. Griffith votes aye. Bilirakis. Bilirakis. Bouchon. Bouchon votes aye. Hudson. Wahlberg. Wahlberg votes aye. Carter. Carter votes aye. Duncan. Duncan votes aye. Palmer. Palmer votes aye. Dunn. Curtis. Lesko. Lesko votes aye. Pence. Pence votes aye. Crenshaw. Joyce. Joyce votes aye. Armstrong. Weber. Weber votes aye. Allen.
Aye.
Allen votes aye. Balderson. Balderson votes aye. Fulcher. Fulcher votes aye. Pfluger. Pfluger votes aye. Harshbarger. Harshbarger votes aye. Miller Meeks. Miller Meeks votes aye. Kamek. Kamek votes aye. Obernolte. Obernolte votes aye. James. James. Pallone. Pallone votes no. Eshu. Eshu votes no. Deget. Deget votes no. Schakowsky. Matsui. Matsui votes no. Castor. Castor votes no. Sarbanes. Sarbanes votes no. Tonko. Tonko votes no. Clark. Cardenas. Cardenas votes no. Ruiz. Ruiz votes no. Peters. Peters votes no. Dingell. VC. VC votes no. Custer. Custer votes no. Kelly. Kelly votes no. Barragan. Blunt Rochester. Soto. Soto votes no. Craig. Craig votes no. Schreier. Schreier votes no. Trahan. Trahan votes no. Fletcher. Fletcher votes no. Chair Rogers.
Aye.
Chair Rogers votes aye.
Clerk will report. Oh,
2218. You get 22. Chair Rogers, on that vote, there were 22 ayes and 18 noes.
ayes have it. The resolution's adopted. Without objection, staff is authorized to make technical and conforming changes to the legislation approved by the committee today. So ordered. Without objection, the committee stands adjourned.